This land was settled through the McKee Purchase Treaty of 1790, and we, as beneficiaries of the treaty, must recognize our responsibilities, including our collective responsibilities to the land and water. Mr. Mayor, there is no supplementary agenda. The next item is rules for council chambers. The municipality of Chatham-Kent supports open meetings that welcome debate of public policy issues in an atmosphere of inclusiveness, integrity, civility, fairness, and respect for differing points of views. Anyone conducting themselves in a way that disturbs, disrupts, or impedes the orderly conduct of the meeting, interrupts or makes derogatory statements or hate speech, defamatory comments about councillors, staff, speakers, or fellow members of the public may result in removal from the premises. This also applies to deputations. We ask that you do not approach members of council if they are seated in their council seats. The public, unless invited, is not permitted to come into the gated horseshoe area. The use of posters, signage, and literature is also prohibited. Mr. Mayor, we have two disclosures of pecuniary interest on tonight's agenda. Both are Councillor Story. The first item is 12D, applications for official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment for 255 Lark Street. Councillor Story's second conflict is with item 20C. That's the application for draft plan of subdivision for Warwick Street and Cecil Street South. And I'll turn it back over to the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We'll move on to planning services. My apologies, see, I'm not even paying attention now. We'll move on to the presentation. Presentation by Brett Shepard, the Director of Ridgetown Campus of the University of Guelph, here for an update this evening. Welcome, Mr. Shepard.
Good evening. Mr. Mayor, Council, I'm here to say thank you for your tremendous support on behalf of the University of Guelph and the Ridgetown campus. You may know that we have one student dormitory on our grounds, and it was built in two phases quite a while back, 1940 and 1967. We can house a maximum of 180 to 200 students. That's about what the building and the facilities inside the building can manage at most. But our campus total student population ranges from about 550 to 600 students per year. So there are several hundred students that are looking for housing in the community, or they have to commute in from wherever they call home. On February 26th, just under a year ago, Council approved $500,000 from the Strategic Reserve Fund to support our efforts to solve student housing matters for the campus and the community. We got to work right away, and we renovated two buildings that were on our campus, the Mitten House and the Bryan House. One was vacant at the time. Way back when we had COVID, we had to have an outbreak management facility. That was Mitten House. The other had been home to staff offices, even though we had free office space in our main Pestel building. So we went through that process of moving and consolidating our business development center into our main office area, and we renovated both of those buildings. And I'm very pleased to share that this September, 15 new students moved into both of those buildings. So we have 15 new student beds on campus. The total cost was about $205,000. And again, I'm here to say thank you very much for supporting these efforts. $149,000 from the Strategic Reserve Fund and about $56,000 from the campus budget. So what's next? We have conducted a facilities condition index. I am eagerly anticipating those results so we know the true status of our Steckley Hall residents. We anticipate that there will be some renovations and repairs that we will likely have to undertake. In addition, we are looking at the viability of renovating other existing buildings on the campus to support more students living on campus in Ridgetown, and we will continue our efforts to look at other community-based housing solutions in partnership with the municipality. So again, thank you very much for supporting University of Guelph's Ridgetown campus and most importantly, our students.
Council, have any questions? Seeing none, I'd just like to make a quick comment. Post-secondary education is so important in our community and across the province. And so we're thrilled to have you here in Chatham-Kent and look forward to the growth of your campus and expanded students coming in. And as part of our growing community, look forward to working with you as we move forward. Thank you.
Likewise, thank you so much.
We'll now go on to planning services.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. The process to be followed for each application will be as follows. 1, the clerk will announce each individual planning item. 2, the mayor will ask if there's anyone present other than the applicant with an interest in the application and to indicate so by raising their hand. 3, the clerk will advise if written or video submissions have been received. 4, if someone present other than the applicant indicates an interest in the item, there will be a presentation by administration. 5, individuals with an interest in the application other than the applicant will be asked to proceed to the podium, provide their name and address, and address council. 6, the applicant will be asked if they wish to proceed to the podium and address council. 7, administration will be asked if they have any comments based on any discussion that may have occurred. And 8, council will be asked what action it wishes to take with regards to each item. Notice, if any specified person under the Planning Act that files an appeal of a decision of council in respect of the proposed applications does not make oral or written submissions to the municipal clerk before the proposal is approved, they are not entitled to appeal a decision to the Ontario Land Tribunal unless in the opinion of the tribunal there are reasonable grounds to add the person or public body as a party to the appeal. Information on council's actions tonight will be posted on the municipal website. All persons who have made a request or who have made a written or oral submission regarding a particular planning item will receive a notice of council's decision. Any other person who wishes to receive a notice of decision must submit a written request to municipal clerk. Thank you.
12A, applications for consent and zoning bylaw amendment, John and Judy Pickard, 23569 Kent Bridge Road, Community of Howard, East Kent. Mr. Mayor, there are no conflict of interest and no deputations were received today.
Is there anyone present other than the applicant or the agent with an interest in the application? If so, please indicate by raising your hand. Seeing none. Councillor McDonald and Councillor Wright, can I get you to put this on the floor, please?
Yep, happy to move it.
I'll second it, thank you.
Any questions? Seeing none, we'll put it to vote.
Councillor C. McGregor?
Yes.
Councillor Sakachi?
Yes.
There we go. Try that. Try now. No?
You're teasing us here.
Still not working, Meredith.
There we go.
There we go. All votes are in. Motion passes 17-0. 12B, application for zoning bylaw amendment, RJM Holdings Limited, 7910 Talbot Trail, Community of Raleigh, South Kent. There are no conflict of interest and no deputations were received today.
Is there anyone present other than the applicant or the agent with an interest in this application? If so, please indicate by raising your hand. Seeing none, Councillor Doyle and Councillor Thompson, can I get you to put this on the floor, please?
Happy to move that.
Happy to second.
Any questions? Seeing none, we'll put it to vote.
Councillor Sakachi
Yes.
and Councillor C. McGregor?
Yes.
All votes are in. Motion passes 17-0. 12C, official plan amendment number 83, 50 Indian Creek Road West, Community of Chatham, South Kent. No conflict of interest and no deputations were received today.
Is there anyone present other than the applicant or the agent with an interest in this application? If so, please indicate by raising your hand. Okay, we've got 3 there. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Official plan amendment number 83 has been initiated by administration. It applies to a property known as 50 Indian Creek Road West in the community of Chatham. This property is approximately little over 2 acres in area. It's currently vacant. It's designated residential, intended for residential development, and currently zoned residential low density. Property is located just east of Links of Kent Golf Course and directly across the most southerly extent of LaCroix Street, on the south side of Indian Creek Road West. Just a little bit of context for council and the public. There's a development application that was submitted to develop the property with a new 9-story apartment. A complete application was received under the Planning Act, and a complete application was issued to the owner of the property. It was also issued to property owners within 120 meters of the subject property, and posted on the municipal website along with supporting documents. The public information was also held for this development. This official plan amendment is a reaction by the municipality to that application. Its primary purpose is to establish site-specific policies over the subject property to guide future development and provide the municipality an opportunity to consider an extension of the municipality's transportation network. So more specifically, the application official plan amendment number 83 is to implement specific policies over the subject property alone. And the primary purpose is to achieve 3 things. The first being it would restrict development within 25 meters of the westerly property boundary. It's shown on the key map with the hatched line. So just to the left of that line, it would restrict development, and that aligns with the current LaCroix Street right of way. It would allow the municipality to review their mobility master plan and give consideration to the extension of the transportation network over this property, and also implement a zoning bylaw or provide policy that would allow for the implementation of appropriate zone classification performance standards that would consider future development over this property, again protecting this corridor from development. The property or the proposal before council this evening is consistent with the provincial planning statement and Chatham-Kent official plan. And with that, the recommendation is that official plan amendment number 83 be approved and the implementing bylaw be adopted. Thank you.
Council, do you have any questions of administration? Councillor Doyle?
Thank you, Mayor. Just curious, the 25 meters, does that cover the road and a sidewalk? Because there's a sidewalk coming down LaCroix there, and it doesn't look like you'd be able to put a sidewalk on the Lynx property there, so just curious.
Thank you, Mayor Kenneth. The corridor that's being proposed would cover everything within the private boundary of the property. I can't speak to anything outside, but it's nothing within the right of way. I don't know if that's.
So the right of way, like that spot that we're saying they can't build anything, is that enough for a sidewalk with the road?
I can't speak to that. Right, I can't see the mapping clearly either. There is no sidewalk on Indian Creek Road west of that location currently.
Didn't know if we knew how many meters it normally was for a road and a sidewalk. Figured. But okay, thank you very much.
Excuse me, Your Worship, maybe I can just, if I heard the question, you're asking if there's enough room in that 25 meters to accommodate a future sidewalk? Yes, that'd be more than enough to accommodate everything in the right way.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you, Bruce.
Councillor Story?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Anthony, for explaining that in more detail for us. So this is basically just to hold the land in the event that at some point in the future a road is planned there. There's no intention right now to build anything there in terms of a roadway. It's just in the event that in the future planning, we want to make sure that that land is set aside.
Thank you, Mayor Kenneth. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Thank you. And just in terms of the communication piece, in the report it states, if you've made a submission about this application, you will receive a notice of council's decision. Now, does that mean if you've submitted deputation to council, how would people, I just want to make sure folks are clear on how they would be communicated with and how they would receive notice?
On this specific, the official plan amendment application?
Yes.
Yeah, so communication, so due to the Canada Post strike, the notices for this application were hand-delivered within the legislative timeframe, and they were also posted on the municipal website. Notice of decision for this decision will be posted on the municipal website as well, and anyone who makes a deputation today would state their name and address, and we would provide them a decision as well.
Okay, thanks. One last question. So if they weren't able to make a deputation today, could they still email the clerk and ask to be on the notification list for this proposal?
Yes, it could, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Madam Clerk?
Thank you. If we're moving on to the deputations now, I have one on the Zoom call, Brian Pierce, and then we'll move to the deputations in the room. I'll remember all people doing a deputation this evening that you have a maximum of 5 minutes. There will be a timer on the screen just to guide you through, and we'll work through the list that I have. Thank you.
Thanks, Judy. Good evening, Mayor and members of council. Brian Pierce, Principal Planner for Baird AE. I am representing the developers of the property with the future zoning bylaw amendment application that was briefly mentioned by the manager of planning. Just with regards to this proposal, we have no issues of concern with the municipality deciding to proceed at this stage with a municipally initiated official plan amendment in order to protect the future right-of-way extension opportunities of LaCroix Street. As council can appreciate and the public, we've seen the value of that as well. And that is further articulated in our concept site plan that we've matured on the site, which I see was appended to the staff report as well tonight. So for added clarity, I'd just suggest that it's not only our lands of 50 Indian Creek West that requires long-term protection for the municipality to do a transportation master plan on. Obviously, LaCroix Street needs to go somewhere. Where is that somewhere? That would be through the environmental assessment process that would be carried out through the transportation master plan. So that would mean crossing that water course and into the farmlands to the south of the property to get access to the 7th concession or what have you for a destination. So we're not opposed to it just applying to our property, but there's other properties that would obviously need that protection as well, so that nothing gets built, let's suggest across from the south side of the creek, because there still is zoning criteria and agricultural land use permissions that still gives opportunities for landowners to the south to still build something there. So I just wanted to bring attention to that issue for council, that it's just not this property, it's other properties that should have the same thought processes put towards it. And as well as we've noticed through the development of our site plan that the LaCroix natural extension will need a little bit of lands, possibly from Links of Kent to accommodate the geometric alignment for a 4-way T intersection if and when the transportation master plan gets updated and called for and gets developed. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that council might have on it.
Any questions? Sorry.
We'll move on to the deputations in the room. I understand there's 3 of them. I don't have them pre-registered, so if you just come forward, if you can state your name and address, and again, you'll have 5 minutes for your deputation. Is there anyone wishing to speak on this application? Okay. Welcome. If you just push the button in front on the microphone. Yes, we can. We'll just need Meredith to come out and do that for you. So if you want to start to speak, and then she can get that up on the screen.
Perfect. Okay, so my name is Gary Oriot, and my partner is behind me, Valerie Oriot. We live at 32 Indian Creek Road West. We lived there for approximately 18 years. When we purchased that property 18 years ago, we did our due diligence. We live right here, this property right here, and over on this side, this property right here. So that's us. We did our due diligence when we purchased that property 18 years ago. We noted that it was zoned low density, and that was important to us because we were fine with a house being built there, and we were also fine with a group home being built there. We're both a part of the community living program and members there, and we would have no problem with the group home being there. So we did our due diligence as homeowners, and we said, we're absolutely fine with that. And we even had a conversation about what if they want to put condos there or townhouses. You know, we'd even entertain the idea of a possible medium density, but absolutely no high density zoning change. So we struggle with the idea of a 9-story building. Can I have the timer put back up if possible so I don't run over? Sorry about that. We struggle with a 9-story building being put up just because there's so many issues. There's the traffic concerns. There's a community safety zone that is right outside my home, which means there's a decreased speed limit. So basically with that community safety zone, this increased traffic of 90 or 78 apartments is going to significantly impact us. There's environmental concerns regarding the property. Haven't found this to be true and accurate, but I was told that the property many, many years ago was once a landfill. So I'd want to make sure that the environmental factors are taken care of. If you know where Indian Creek Road West is, we're all residential, small, low-density residential homes. So the idea of having a 9-story building there just doesn't fit in with the landscape. It doesn't fit in with who we are as a community. So there's some significant concerns regarding that. There's obviously the privacy concerns that we have. My backyard has a pool, and I'm going to have the whole east and south side of the building looking into my backyard. And I struggle with that. Yes, I have trees that are there, but we've been foster parents for many, many, many years. And I don't want my kids that are in our home being watched by people that I don't know. And I'm not naive to know that enough to know that those people are in our community and that they aren't specific to a certain area. They live everywhere. So I don't want people looking into our backyard. We have no backyard neighbors. We have a creek for a reason. We chose the property for a reason. So there's some significant struggles that I have when I think of my family and my grandchildren swimming in our pool and that there's going to be people watching us. We've had property maintenance issues the whole time that these people who have purchased the property, every year we have to send a complaint email and a complaint phone call asking them to cut the grass because it's gotten to 3 feet long. There's just not a lot of faith in how they're going to be as neighbors with us. And every time I have to call when it gets to 3 feet, which is 2 to 3 times a year, there's no proper maintenance. So our faith has not really been restored in the whole process of how they've been doing things. Personal impact, like 9 stories. My potential to sell that property, and the values of our homes are going to go down. So there's some significant issues there. Like, I've had my home assessed, and I know that after 9 stories is built and I go to sell my home, the likelihood that I'm going to lose 25 to 35% just because of a 9-story building being beside me that's not being properly maintained and is more than likely to be an eyesore is a real concern for us as homeowners. So that's where we're struggling. They really haven't built a lot of good faith with us since they've purchased a property. So that faith moving forward really isn't there, and we're really struggling. So I ask that you guys please do not change it from low density to high density. We did our due diligence as people that live in the area. I just ask that you continue to do your due diligence as counselors and just listen to the voices of the people that are in the community that live directly in that area. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other deputations for this particular agenda item? Okay, Mr. Mayor.
Point of order, Madam Clerk, there's one more, I think.
Thank you for that.
I'm Carolyn Unsworth, and I live at 30 Indian Creek Road West, and I'm not very good at speaking to crowds, so I may be really nervous. But anyways, I echo Gary's sentiments. I've lived at my residence since 1973, and I've enjoyed it very, very much. But I'm very concerned about also what they call the shadow effect. When that building is put up, I will have a shadow completely, well, Gary will too, my backyard and my neighbor's backyard from about 4 o'clock on in the afternoon. So no sunlight in my backyard. Also, I like the privacy of my backyard. It's been very serene and relaxing. It's like being at a cottage. We have trees around, and now I think I'll just be thinking about people looking down on me. I also have a big concern with the traffic. I'm thinking that, well, many times coming down LaCroix and making a left onto Indian Creek, the people coming out of the golf course don't respect that as a private drive, and they just whip by, and I've been almost hit a couple of times there. Plus, I think when that apartment goes in with that other offset driveway going in there is going to cause more problems. So at the very least, if you do decide, which I hope you don't, to allow this, that you would at least put in traffic lights, because in my opinion, it's just a matter of time before a fatality will happen there. You have 2 schools, a high school and a public school down the road, and the cars speed no matter what. And it even takes me a long time to get across to the other side of the road to get a sidewalk so I can walk. And that has just increased over the years. So there's many implications, I think, that you should really think about. It's a wonderful neighborhood, and I hope it stays that way. But I'm just very, very concerned about what 87 more residences are going to do with the number of vehicles that are going to come from there and what's going to happen. And that's about it. Thank you.
Anthony, do you have something to add?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Yeah, maybe one thing, just to clarify, as I said earlier in the presentation, there's a development proposal that requires a zoning bylaw amendment application that was deemed complete. There's a separate public process for that. That'll be before council early New Year, whether the January, February meeting. Notice will be given for that ahead of that meeting. So this, just to reiterate, this official plan amendment is just specific to implementing policies for the protection and further consideration of a future extension of the transportation network, and not so with the proposed development itself. That will come at a future time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson and Councillor Sakachi, can I get you to put this on the floor, please?
I'm happy to put it on the floor.
Seconded, Mayor Caniff, sorry.
Yep. Any questions? Councillor Juneville?
So just to confirm that this does not, the zoning is not going to be affected at this time, correct?
That's correct. Thank you.
Councillor Crew?
Same as Councillor Jubenville. I just want a clarification so that these folks know that this is not the zoning change. Got it?
Councillor Harrigan?
Thank you. I'll take a little liberty here with my question. Some of what we heard today with the concerns had things to do with like the shadow and the line of sight. We can expect some of that information to come back in the plan. I know we've seen shadow studies with other apartment buildings before, or has that changed on account of some provincial policy changes?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I specific to this application, I can speak to supporting documents have been submitted by the developer along with the application, and those documents are available on the municipal website. One of those studies is a shadow study.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, we'll put it to vote.
Councillor Sakachi?
Yes.
Councillor C. McGregor?
Yes.
All votes are in. Motion passes 17-0. Moving on to the final planning application, 12D, applications for official plan amendment, OPA number 81, and zoning bylaw amendment 100073698 Ontario Inc., 10007369990 Ontario Inc., 10007369993 Ontario Inc., and 10007369994 Ontario Inc., 255 Lark Street, Community of Chatham City. Mr. Mayor, we have one conflict of interest, and we have received so far 4 deputations from the public. So I'll pass it over to Planning Services.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. At Council's meeting held on November 18th, 2024, this application was first presented at a public meeting. At that meeting, Council postponed this application until tonight's meeting, so that further consideration of traffic, transportation, and driveway access to the proposed development could be further considered. The report on Council's agenda tonight has some commentary regarding traffic and transportation in that regard. There are no changes to the recommendation before Council in this report compared to what was recommended on November 18th. It remains the recommendation that no further restrictions on access to either Lark or Partridge Street be implemented at this location. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, we can, do you want to go through questions or no?
Sorry? Sorry, yes. Does any questions of administration, Council? Councillor Bondi.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Ryan, I know the access to Partridge Crescent was a concern last time this came before us. I thought maybe that would have changed in this report, but obviously it hasn't. So in that most apartment buildings have one access point in and out, and I understand the emergency aspect, but I don't think that's a concern. I don't think Lark Street's going to be closed ever. So what really is the point? Like, is it necessary to have the Partridge Street or Partridge Crescent access not, what I would make a motion to, which I will, that not be eliminated, but used as an emergency only access. So what's the purpose of not doing what I've just suggested?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. To the question regarding access to the site, it's the Ontario Building Code that sets out the requirements for fire access. Development at the site can achieve compliance with the Ontario Building Code with only one access. A second access is not required to achieve fire access. Secondly, with regard to the development proposal, this property is obviously in private ownership. Chatham-Kent has received the development application with specific requests within it, that's including 2 accesses, one on Lark and one on Partridge. And largely that's a result that this property, as it exists, has frontage on 2 local municipal streets. So there currently is the opportunity to provide access for vehicles as well as any underground servicing and things of that nature from either frontage. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, and through you, Mayor Caniff. Well, I'd like to, I don't know how I do this, Judy, but make an amendment that the Partridge Street.
Sorry, Councilor Bonnie, we'll do that when we get to the point where we're going to put it on the floor. We're not there yet. We're just going through questions.
Oh, okay, yeah, if you guys can just let me know the
Thanks.
process. All right, I'll just leave it there then. Okay, thanks.
Yes, deputations, yeah.
Today, so far, I've received 4 deputations. The first one was emailed to council from Mike Martin. You got that this afternoon. And then I have some present this evening. 3, and again, same rules as before, 5 minutes, it'll be on the screen. We'll start with Costel Papa is here to speak, and on deck will be Michael Thorne. Welcome.
Good evening. I'm speaking on behalf of Jerry Corso, who could not attend the meeting tonight. For who doesn't know who Jerry Corso is, Jerry is a retired manager, public works, after 31 plus years just with the city of Chatham. Quote, Mayor Caniff and Council, thank you again for your time. My name is Jerry Corso, and I would like to reiterate that the residents of Partridge Crescent, through our petition, strongly oppose the creation of a second access to 255 Lark Street via Partridge Crescent. We believe it is unnecessary and unwarranted. The proposed second access is not a requirement, and the safety of the residents in the new stacked housing development will remain consistent with other developments over the past 50 years, all of which have functioned safely with a single access point. While adding an extra safety feature may seem beneficial, is it truly necessary? More importantly, does it unfairly impact others? These are critical questions I urge you to consider. This development is designed similarly to the Park Street high-rises, with a large loop allowing access from both directions to a single access point on Lark Street. In the event of an obstruction, such as fire truck, vehicles can simply exit in the opposite direction. This approach has worked effectively in similar developments. Fairness is the key. Allowing this developer a second access just because does not seem consistent with how other developments have been handled. After the last planning meeting, it appeared Council has ready to approve the development with a single access. However, the developer postponed to December at the request of the Council. I suspect it may primarily serve as a construction access under the pretenses of enhancing safety. It's worth noting that no other developments in the area have required or requested second access. Are we setting a precedent for future developments like George P. Vanier and St. Ursula by allowing this exception? The traffic study conducted at Lark Street and Baldoon Road concluded that the development would not negatively impact the area. However, no traffic monitors were placed on Partridge Crescent, further supporting the sufficiency of a single access on Lark Street. The development already has 3 existing driveways on Lark Street that can be utilized. Previously, the Monseigneur Ouyan Catholic School operated safely with buses, parking, and supplies accessing the school twice daily via Lark Street. Additionally, Lark Street's no parking zone from Baldoon Road to the former school would further facilitate smooth traffic flow. In conclusion, a second access via Partridge Crescent is unnecessary and does not enhance the safety of the development for residents. I urge Council to approve this project with a single access point on Lark Street, as has been the standard for all similar developments in Chatham. Thank you, Jerry Corso.
Thank you. Next speaker is Michael Thorne. On deck is Paul Gotes.
Sorry, it's a little low. Can everybody hear me fine? All right, thank you. So thank you, Mayor, Council, for the opportunity to provide a deputation today. I'm a resident of Lark Street. In the section of road between the proposed development at 255 and Baldoon Road. So the section that we're basically considering with most of the traffic going through it. So I've watched the council meeting from last month and the initial discussion today and heard some of the concerns from the Partridge Crescent residents regarding the two entrance plan for the proposed development. I fully understand why they're concerned. We're all concerned about traffic and on-street parking. It's not just a Partridge concern. I'm here today to express my support for the original two entrance plan and want to provide Mayor and Council with some points to consider. So Lark Street is an interior road similar to that of Partridge Crescent that already services much of the Birdland neighborhood. The traffic studies showed that Lark Street has at least twice the number of cars per hour than Partridge Crescent, at least during the time the study was completed. And currently, Partridge Crescent has a very low number of cars transiting the roadway. So since Lark already has a much higher level of traffic than that of Partridge Crescent, forcing all the cars from the development onto Lark Street will have a much greater impact on the Lark Street residents than the relatively small increase in traffic along Partridge Crescent under the two entrance plan. The relative impact on all residents, so not just Partridge Crescent, but also Lark Street residents, in the direct vicinity of the proposed development would be much more equitable under a two entrance plan that spreads the traffic throughout the neighborhood. Another key consideration that was touched on a little bit by the previous deputy that was not discussed during the last council meeting is how nearby soccer fields impact local traffic conditions seasonally. So from June to August of each year, the soccer fields are a place where hundreds of families come to recreate each day during the week, which is amazing for the community. During this time, traffic increases considerably in the neighborhood, and the on-street parking along Lark fills up from Baldoon Road all the way down to the proposed development. So when this occurs, the road is essentially a single-lane street that can be tricky to navigate with current level traffic, let alone when it's potentially going to double with this new development. Having a Partridge Crescent entrance will really help alleviate the pressure on Lark Street during this, during these busy summer months and make our neighborhood safer. So by now it's pretty apparent that traffic is a key concern for existing residents. Unfortunately, a traffic study was a minimal effort to address the traffic question for the development. It was conducted on one weekday and one weekend day in May, which is not enough data to even calculate a basic mean traffic flow or how much it varies within the year. To put it another way, we don't have any idea if the current measurements are actually representative of the neighborhood. This uncertainty grows even more when you consider known seasonal changes, thinking soccer, as well as the fact that we do have to make a best guess about what future traffic conditions will be. So given the uncertainty around future traffic conditions and existing traffic pressures on Lark Street, the two entrance approach is the only one that allows traffic to disperse across two separate roadways, thereby minimizing the probability that any single roadway will need future alterations to accommodate the extra traffic post-development, in the case we happen to get it wrong. Removing the Partridge Crescent entrance only serves to bottleneck traffic onto Lark Street, and greatly increases the chance that Lark Street will have to be altered in the future, which is exactly what Lark Street residents don't want. The most prudent and fair path forward is to move ahead with the two entrance approach for the proposed development. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Paul Gotes.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Paul Getz. I'm a homeowner on Partridge Crescent. I'm not opposed to the development of or plans that have been presented. I actually welcome it. I'm only opposed to the access road to Partridge Crescent. There are many new builds of apartment buildings in Chatham, which are approximately the same amount of units, Park Ave, Grand Ave, Riverview Drive, and one on McNaughton, which is a long-term care home, and all only have single access lanes, as well as many that have been constructed years ago with only single access lanes. If it is necessary for the secondary access lane for fire safety for this project, why do all other projects only require one access lane? For fire safety, all are roughly the same amount of units, yet only one needs dual access. I believe this is a false statement to sway council when all other builds do not require this access. If a fire did break out, there is a public park due south, which could be used as a muster point, as it was for the school with 300 students. Allowing this access to Partridge Crescent will allow large amounts of construction materials hauled by dump trucks, flatbeds, transports, commercial vehicles, and cranes to be traveled through the crescent and put the safety of our children, grandchildren, and residents at a very high risk. We have no sidewalks and narrow roads. Our kids play on these roads. They ride their bikes, skateboards, etc. Not to mention the quality of our road, which is already in poor shape. And with tons of construction material being hauled over these roads for a few years, will only destroy them. Our crescent was developed in the late 60s when most households only had one vehicle and one working adult, which can no longer be sustained due to the extremely high property taxes, cost of living, food prices, housing costs. Most families now have two working adults and children who remain home due to the high cost of housing, interest rates, poor job market, and low-paying jobs. Therefore, there are 2 to 3 cars per household, and a few of them are on the street at all times. With a 160-unit complex and only 1.2 parking spots per unit, it's easy to see what will happen to our crescent, along with a significant increase of traffic flow, probably 68 more times than it is now, as we really don't know, because the traffic study was never done on Partridge Crescent. Only Baldoon and Lark were part of the study, and may I point out both of these streets are newly surfaced roads, not Partridge Crescent. Partridge Crescent should not become the only crescent in Chatham to have an access road to it, or become a parking lot for insufficient area of parking due to lack of parking in the planning. As elected officials, we expect all of you to be the voice of the people. As it now appears, only a few of the councillors are on board with this. To me, I'm deeply concerned regarding that. Please remember you are elected officials to be the voice of the people, not representatives of the planning department or the developers. May I add, there was only Lark Street access when the school was in full operation with approximately 300 plus students, staff, buses, and parents. It was safe and sufficient for them. Thank you for listening to our concern regarding this access proposal regarding Partridge Crescent. I respectfully hope this access is eliminated from the developer's plans, as no traffic study has been done on Partridge Crescent. Thank you, and have a good night.
Is there anyone else present other than the applicant or the agent with an interest in the application? If so, please indicate by raising your hand. Okay.
Please come forward and state your name and address for the record.
Good day. I thank the council for this time. My wife and I have lived on Partridge Crescent for almost 35 years. It's Partridge Crescent. There's no additional accesses to it. There never have been. I appreciate the fact that somebody's developing this complex. However, it will impact Partridge Crescent. There is no way that this access will not become a thoroughfare for some people, and we really don't want or need that additional traffic on our crescent. We have children that play, grandchildren, and the parking at times can be troublesome. As mentioned before, a lot of people have additional vehicles now that when the subdivision was designed, they didn't exist. And our street is not really wide enough to accommodate that. The people on Lark Street have expressed their concerns, but we have ours too. This complex has a Lark Street address, not a Partridge address, and we truly don't need the issues that'll be brought up by this. So that's all that I have to say. I hope that this council will put themselves into our position. You know, we live in a quiet crescent. We like to keep it that way. And if anybody thinks that this won't become a thoroughfare, a shortcut to make it over to Baldoon, I mean, people are people. That's what they're going to do. And they will park. It's been made apparent that the parking accommodations are not adequate. I would suggest that the developers work on solving this issue, the parking issue that's there. I understand that it can be very complicated, but if there's just too many units going in, solve that, cut back. If the parking lot's not big enough, increase it. That's a large property, and I'm certain somehow something can be worked out where it doesn't have to impact us, the people on Partridge. We're not standing in the way. Nobody here has objected to this development. Nobody. However, when it impacts individuals for no apparent reason other than not looking at alternative plans for the property as it stands, that just is outrageous to me. So I ask for your consideration. I ask you to think, what if I owned a house near that access point? How would you feel, you know, if you had children, if you had grandchildren? So anyway, please think about it, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir. Could you just state your name and address for the record? Sorry.
My name is Dave Mallett. I live at 129 Partridge Crescent.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Mike Martin. I was one of the ones that sent in an email. Oh, is it on? And I live at 252 Lark Street, which we're right across the street from the school. And tonight, as I left, there was people already filling into the school for the good fellows that do the packing and all this other stuff. And they're already lining up down Lark Street. And there's been nights that even on Cardinal Crescent, they're like parking down two sides of the street where you can only go down one way. And I feel very strongly that we should have two accesses because on Partridge Crescent, there's 49 homes. Between Crane, there's Lark, Dove Place, there's like 150 homes between Crane and Baldoon that access Lark Street every day. And like the one gentleman said about soccer season, it's pretty much lined up from Baldoon all the way to the property where I live across the street from it, so I see it daily. And this saying where there's no other places that have double access, St. Clair Estates has an access on the St. Clair Street. They also have an access onto Gregory Drive. I was at the Boardwalk Apartments today. There's two accesses onto Grand Ave, and there's also one access on the Campus Parkway, and it's been like that for a great number of years. So, and I know St. Clair Estate's fought to get that second access on the Gregory Drive, and they finally got it. So, as far as with us living across the street from the school, I would appreciate to not have all the traffic coming out in front of my house, if it's possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think I turned it off. Good evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. My name is Tony Reed, and I'm here representing some of the residents of Partridge Crescent. When I purchased my home on Partridge Crescent, I envisioned retiring in a peaceful and desirable neighborhood, away from the noise and traffic of busy thoroughfares and main roads. I appreciate the opportunity today to speak to you and would like to address the community's shared concerns regarding the proposed development that includes a new driveway excuse me, onto Partridge Crescent. None of the residents are opposed to this development. We were told by the developer himself, it's not a requirement, he doesn't need it, but he wants it. My concerns are overflow parking on Partridge Crescent. When they allow 1.2 cars, and we've heard it here tonight, everyone has more than 1.2 cars. And you also have visitors. Where are they going to park? Basically, what they're going to do on Partridge Crescent when that is open, they're going to park their car there, leave it, and walk into the development. That car will sit there as a parking spot. All the parking spots will be gone on that street. That's a big concern for us. The driveway, as I said, it's unnecessary. They don't need it. Again, we've heard comments about fire concerns. Of course, safety is always a concern. But then I have to wonder, why wasn't it a concern on Park Ave with a double building, high-rise building? Why wasn't it on Grand Ave with why wasn't it on Riverview? Never heard about a 2 access or safety on that respect to those properties. The impact on our environment, or on our community, is overwhelming. It's basically going to turn our street into an overflow parking lot, and it'll create increased traffic and safety risks for our family and children. We're hoping this doesn't set a precedent in order to have this happen elsewhere. I request that council deny the additional driveway access onto Partridge Crescent as it is unnecessary for the development, and hold the developer accountable for ensuring that parking allocations in the development are adequate to meet residents and visitor needs. Thank you for hearing me.
Yes, does the applicant wish to share any comments regarding the report, regarding what was said?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. We have had an opportunity to review the report, consider the discussions that took place at Council in November. And at this point, the request of the developer remains the same, as does the recommendations of staff. For various reasons, the 2 accesses are favorable, both from an operational perspective, enhanced safety, as well as the consideration of all of Birdland, the residents on Lark, et cetera. So we do concur with the recommendations of the report. I'm happy to answer any questions of council at this point. However, I would respectfully ask that should council revise a motion regarding a single access point, to provide me with an opportunity to comment on that, if that falls within the rules of order. So,
Council, you have any questions of the applicant? Administration, do you have any comments to make before I take it to council?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I have no further comments.
Councillor B. McGregor and Councillor Allen, can I get you put on the floor, please?
So moved. Happy to put it on the floor.
Questions? No questions? So this is Councillor Bondi, if you wanted to add something, this is the time.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Maybe Judy, you can help me phrase it or whatever. I would just move that the Partridge Crescent access be limited to an emergency-only access with a permanent barrier, so it doesn't have just an emergency access sign, because that won't do anything, obviously. But that's about 4 sentences that you can make into one.
Ryan, do you want to comment on it? We're just debating whether you have to add it as a number 3 onto here, or whether it's a friendly amendment or those type of things. We're just discussing that right now, but Ryan, any other comments?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. So the topic of access and the approval for access comes at the site plan application stage, which would be a future application should this proposal be approved tonight. So it would be in the official plan policy under recommendation 1, sub-item C, which has number 1 and 2, and then the appropriate location for that policy would be as number 3 under sub-item C.
That's the appropriate spot to put this in. To clarify, you mentioned that it's a part of a future, or is it the present one? You gave me some conflicting information there.
Right. I apologize for the confusion, Mr. Mayor. Currently, the municipality has before it applications for official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment. Those are what is before council. Chatham-Kent has not yet received an application for site plan approval. That would be anticipated following the approval of these applications before council.
So the second exit would be part of that, not this. Is that correct?
Correct. The site features such as driveways and access are approved through the site plan approval, which is a staff approval. However, if there's no restriction in policy, staff would not move to restrict access on either frontage if a site plan application was submitted to the municipality.
Nothing's easy.
So the mover and the seconder, is this a friendly amendment to this, or?
So I think we should probably vote on it separately, because I imagine there's separate debate on that topic versus the whole application. So, I mean, we can make it friendly, but then separate it as a separate point.
Okay, so you want to make it friendly, we'll put that, and we'll vote on everything, and then we will set that as a separate item. Councillor Allen, you good with that?
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Okay. The applicant, given this, you had asked for permission, and I'll grant it, to talk about this particular one being added in.
Apologies, I'm just a little bit confused on the motion that's before council right now. Is the motion that is, motion includes number 3?
So the motion, we're going to vote on 2 separate. So we're going to vote on the original motion, then we're going to vote on item 1C3. That will be a separate vote from the rest of it. That's what we're going to be voting on. So I just wanted to give you any last, some words.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Apologies. I guess my comment would be that, again, it is the request of the developer to have 2 accesses remain. And should council ultimately require that the Partridge access be closed or permanently converted to an emergency access, then that is something that we will deal with at that point, whether we just go along with it or we follow other means for an appeal, for instance. So, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions for council? Councillor Thompson.
Thanks. And it is on letter C, part 3. I'm struggling, and I admit I'm a layman. How can emergency access have a permanent barrier? Are we expecting the firefighters to wander around with a set of keys to unlock the permanent barrier in the case of an emergency?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. From an Ontario Building Code standpoint, if this site was to develop, only one access is required to achieve emergency access under provincial law. As I stated in the report, an emergency-only access could actually bring other frustrations over the long term. I'll just note what some of those things that I commented were. Such an emergency-only access may prevent other issues that could otherwise be avoided. These include, but are not limited to, unplanned use of the access, limitations on the owner's ability to secure the property, additional requirements to keep the access clear of obstructions and snow, and limited landscaping opportunities, as well as future requests by the property owner or its residents to open the access to all vehicles.
So then you're suggesting that we don't put it in for emergency access only, we just say it doesn't happen. Partridge Crescent access, is that what you would be suggesting for putting this in?
No, excuse me, Mr. Mayor. My recommendation is as presented in the report without item 3. I just want council to be able to consider that, perhaps consider limiting the access on Partridge separate from providing an emergency access. I do not believe an emergency-only access is desirable if access is otherwise limited from Partridge Crescent.
Okay. Councillor Bond, are you okay with this?
Well, in that case, sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, why don't we just say the Partridge Crescent access be eliminated? If the emergency access, that's a nice idea, but Councillor Thompson's right. When you read a permanent barrier, that doesn't sound like there's any emergency access. And if it comes with a number of different problems, I was just trying to go halfway here, but if it's going to be more problematic than it's worth, then I'd be okay with the Partridge Crescent access be eliminated. And that would be fine. And can I comment on why I'm doing this, or trying to?
I'm just going to make sure that we're okay. Mover in the second, are you okay with this?
Yeah, if we're still voting on it separately, yeah.
Okay. Councillor Allen? So yeah, maybe you make some comments, and I've got some questions over here as well.
Okay, great. The reason that I'm moving this is I don't agree with, and I never vote in favor of shooing in developments that alter neighborhoods dramatically. And this one, it seems like it's okay with the residents that the development goes ahead. But when people buy in certain neighborhoods and they have expectations of what's going to be there, I understand you have to be cautious when you purchase a home near a school or something that, things do change. But this is not necessary. And for the people of Lark Street, I understand where you're coming from, but there was a school there. So, you did have, your traffic levels are obviously much lower now that the school's not there, but the school was there. So I think this would be creating less additional traffic than when the school was there. The Partridge Crescent didn't have that, so this would be a new influx of parking and traffic on Partridge Crescent, which, like some of these guys have said, is a crescent. So I think it dramatically changes the effect of Partridge Crescent. It's not necessary, which has been explained to us, so I think one access is fine, and that's why I moved this. Thanks.
Okay. Councillor Wright, followed by Councillor Harrigan.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Is there any possible way we could entertain a one-way only street going in for accessibility, or is that something that's too complicated?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. That's also not recommended. The recommendation in the report, seeks to utilize both frontages of the property as they currently exist at this site. And I think just another comment. One thing that has not been brought up in any of the reports from staff, or to my recollection, any of the public deputations, is that while there is no access to the former school at this location on Partridge Crescent, there was a sidewalk access that was accessible by students to the school, and Partridge Crescent for a number of years while the school was open was utilized for drop-off and pickup opportunities by parents and other caregivers bringing children to school. That occurred on school days, mostly for the duration of the school, as I understand it, since the 1960s. So it's only been in the last 18 months to 2 years that the school's been closed, where those traffic trips generated in morning and afternoons have stopped happening just in the very recent past. Thank you. But sorry, to get back to the Councilor Wright's question, again, I'm not going to recommend half measures. I believe there should be access on each street, and if there's going to be a limitation, it should just simply be a full limitation and keep it simple. It's too complicated otherwise. Thank you.
Councillor Harrigan, followed by Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I have some questions about this as it's related to the site plan piece. I think it's more technical, so through you to Ryan. So in the new planning legislations, like we're no longer as council able to say, thou shalt build a privacy fence, as an example, during the site plan phase, because we kind of are now legislated to stay out of it. But then this is a little bit, to me, this is more like a site plan. Are we able to have this conversation and give direction because of the road access? Is that what differentiates it from other components of a site plan?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. That's a good question. Basically, council has this opportunity because an official plan amendment was required to address the proposed density of this proposed development. So the proposed density of this development was 83 units, if I recall, per hectare. That triggered the official plan amendment. Up until 75 units per hectare, which is 130 units, this is going straight to zoning and straight to site plan, and this opportunity doesn't exist. So through the application to amend policy, it really opens up the policy debate, of which access is a policy consideration. So this has all evolved as a matter of the higher density request from the applicant, if that's not too complicated. Thank you.
Right, so if this was 8 units less, then we wouldn't be even able to have this conversation. Is that correct, the way that I interpreted?
130 units less, I apologize.
okay.
So 75 units per hectare, which is
Right,
permitted
but
under
this is
medium
multiple
density
hectares.
zone. Without an official plan amendment, would be 130 units.
Right.
And this opportunity would really not come before council unless council initiated its own policy change in advance of hearing the application, not so dissimilar as to what council considered earlier in the night at another location.
Right, right. And then, you know, something that I'm considering thinking about as well, just to give a different perspective, because we've heard from Partridge and we've seen the petition. We've also heard from some of the Lark Street residents who I think naturally would have been in support of the recommendation. So sometimes when you hear those deputations, you kind of hear more from certain constituents based on what's recommended. But then I got to thinking about, like, I live in the rural community, and if I wanted to add another driveway to my property, off my property, like, there's a fairly simple process for that for current property owners, right? So I just wanted to also, this isn't more of a question, more of a musing, like, also think about the rights of property owners to think about how they want to develop property. So that's a consideration as well. I do want to follow up, and I believe this is a question for the developer and their representative, just to gain clarity, because in the comments that was made, should this 1C3 pass, it was noted that there would be conversations with the developer that might change the site plan or other conversations. I'm trying to understand how strongly the developer feels about the need for 2 accesses, because I don't want to send the message that Chatham-Kent is not friendly and open to the ideas of their developers at a time when we are facing a housing crisis. So I don't know, Mayor Caniff, if that clarity can be provided by the representative.
I want to make sure everything gets on the floor tonight, so certainly I'll invite, have the applicant answer that question.
Yeah, or just clarify what was said in that last phrase.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff, through Councillor Harrigan. Thank you for the question. Again, the goal is 2 accesses, okay, for various reasons, which have been delineated tonight. If we've made an application to the municipality for approval based on 2 accesses, we have a recommendation before council from staff which recommends approval of the applications, which includes the 2 access points. Should council provide an approval, which differs from the application and from the application, we would be in a position to consider all options. One, we could look at redesigning the site plan, or two, we could, based on the policy atmosphere at a provincial level, the strength of the policies when the application was made, in that there were no policies limiting access, okay? Again, it would be up to the applicant, the developers. We would be in a position to file an appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal. And unfortunately, the only thing that would do is delay and cost everybody a lot of money. And, you know, if we were in a position to file an appeal, it would be based on our belief that that appeal would be, or council's decision would be overturned, and our application would ultimately be approved, okay? So, again, we feel that the policies at a provincial level, a local level, do in fact support, or at least do not prohibit, the two access points, so, okay.
Thank you. That was the clarity I was looking for.
Councillor Hall?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. A couple of my questions have already been touched on. The first one I was going to ask Ryan to kind of describe what the traffic situation was like on this site when it was a school for many years, but I think you've already answered that, so thank you for that. And I guess just kind of piggybacking off what Councillor Harrigan was saying, thank you to Mr. French for providing that clarification, but maybe to you, Ryan, you know, obviously, I believe that's true, that, you know, I think with the way we're voting on this tonight, we're going to vote on the whole thing and then vote separately on number 3. But if number 3 gets approved, from your perspective, that can be appealed, I guess, right, separately? That you would agree with that sentiment, Ryan?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Yes, the property owner would have the right of appeal.
Okay, perfect. And just in your view, because if that does happen, if it does get to appeal, I don't know if this is, if you can answer this exactly, but if it does get to that point, and because, you know, your report, you know, basically is recommending that there be the 2 access points, and that falls within the provincial policy statement and the planning regulations, what would that mean, I guess, if it got to the appeal point from your perspective?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. That's advice council should receive from the solicitor in closed session. If there is an appeal, that file becomes under the legal department as far as direction throughout administration. And if the chief legal officer required direction from council on how to proceed, the lawyer would come to council in closed session and seek that advice.
Okay. Okay, yeah, that's good. Okay. Yeah, I think that's all I have there, Mayor Cannon. Thank you. Thank you, Ryan.
Any other questions? Oh, Bruce, you want to add in there, please?
Yeah, just if the questions from the floor are done, I just wanted to offer one suggestion to the wording of, what is it now, C3? C3PO? Sorry, no, C3. That I'm just concerned about the wording. I would suggest simply saying that access to Partridge Crescent be prohibited. Right now it reads that it suggests eliminated. Right now there is no access to eliminate, nor is there actually a site plan to eliminate it from. So I think it just gives clear policy direction if we're going to go that route. So if you,
Councillor Bondi, you okay with that?
Yeah, for sure. Be prohibited. Yeah.
Okay, seeing no other questions, we'll put it to vote. So we're going to vote on everything except for 1C3, that which will be a separate vote.
Councillor Sakachi? And Councillor C. McGregor?
Yes.
And we're just waiting for the electronic. There we go. And we have one conflict, so all votes are in. Motion passes 16-0.
Okay, then we'll go and vote on the second one. Just note that a yes vote says we prohibit it, and a no vote says we allow it, just to clarify.
Councillor C. McGregor?
Yes.
And Councillor Sakachi?
Yes.
All votes are in. Motion passes 10-6. We'll now move on to the deputations received earlier today with regards to items on the agenda. Emailed to council was for item 18A, the motion of Councillor Jubenville invoking the notwithstanding clause to address encampments. We have an email that was sent from Raise the Rates Coalition and from Chatham-Kent Legal Clinic. Item 22B regarding the Sydenham River Slope Stabilization, Glasgow Line and Short Line Municipal Glass Environmental Assessment Follow-Up, we have from Zach DeBaker. We have one on the Zoom call today. This is with regards to item 18A, the motion of Councillor Jubenville regarding invoking the notwithstanding clause to address encampments. Renee Ginoli, are you still on the line?
I am still here.
Perfect. Please feel free to go ahead, and rules are still the same on the Zoom call, 5 minutes.
Judy, I don't think I can see the timer, so if I get close to 5, just feel free to.
I'll give you the 1 minute warning. How's that?
Oh, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, great.
All right. Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. Thank you again for the opportunity to share my voice and act as the voice for some of our most vulnerable, yet just as valuable citizens. I apologize for not being able to be in person tonight, but please know that we're diligently paying attention to what's happening in our community, and we appreciate all of your work. Let me begin by expressing my gratitude to Councillor Jubenville and the other councillors who all worked together for bringing this motion to the table last week. We may not share some of the same politics, but when human rights are brought to the table, we're obviously in the same lane. I read the motion multiple times, and while I am no expert in law, the idea that life, liberty, and security is guaranteed, except in accordance with the principles of fundamental justice, is written pretty plainly. So our debate is what? How does one decide when another person is not in accordance with the principles of fundamental justice? And if society is not holding up their end of the bargain, the life, liberty, and security part, does that render the other half moot? Frankly, since the entirety of this motion is because our provincial government wants to use the notwithstanding clause directly in response to encampments, this is where my expertise comes to the table. And I can assure you that our community members are living within the bare minimum of life, liberty, and security. Living in an encampment is where some will use the tired phrase rock bottom. There is no life as we would define it. I would change that word maybe to survival. Imagine getting up every day unsure where to eat, clean, and even exist. Where to find a bit of happiness, not snuggling in bed for 1 or 2 more minutes in the warmth and comfort, no hot shower to jump into before eating your cereal or frying your eggs, no phone to scroll looking at pics on Insta or flipping on the laptop to see how many emails came in. Simply waking up cold, hungry, dirty, and exhausted, sometimes dope sick, sometimes feeling so ill you wonder how to move forward. And let's look at liberty, but let's change that to dependence. Frankly, they have freedom, they have choices, but let's be honest. Our systems were built through colonialism, and many of the people we serve are victims of 1, generational poverty, and 2, lack of privilege. They started life with the deck already stacked against them, and now we're expecting them to do what? Work their way through a ridiculously broken system and just get your life together? They have complete and under dependence on the systems right now, and many have been failed by many of those systems. Moving up and out of those systems is something I wonder if any of you have had to experience. I have, and many I know have, and it's not as simple as a snap of fingers. And finally, let's look at how secure one is living in abject poverty in an encampment. Living in an encampment is absolutely a choice, but I would say a choice of necessity to hold on to some sort of autonomy and self-respect. But secure is not how I would define this life. Many have been victims of horrendous treatment by our very own systems, labeled as drug users when accessing healthcare and refused treatment, treated as less than when accessing social services, refused services, kicked out and banned, criminalized. There's a moral stigma attached to those who are experiencing houselessness that allows others to think of them as less than or failures. I've been in the encampment and watched cars drive by with windows down and trash thrown while screaming awful things at our residents. Imagine being in your own front yard and experiencing something so humiliating. And here's where all that takes me when questioning the purpose of asking our provincial government to put the notwithstanding clause on the table. I ask myself, why would we want to? Having another tool in our tool belt doesn't sound as if it's a sufficient reason. To support taking away their fundamental rights feels somehow like that final kick in the teeth. I mean, they have nothing, next to nothing else. Why wouldn't we? They're not valuable enough citizens to at least leave them their human rights, right?
1 minute.
It's not so simple, is it? As it states in the motion, encampments are a result of several system failures, and thank you for calling them what they are, including lack of housing, lack of funding, social assistance rates being inadequate to meet the cost of living, limited mental health or substance use treatment options. We all know, we've all been singing the same song for some time now. The encampments, the 100+ Chatham-Kent community members living outdoors in December, the full emergency shelter are all consequences of these failures. Nothing will change until the system is fixed. Using the notwithstanding clause will do nothing more than dismantle very precarious social networks we have tried to help create that give our community members a very small amount of dignity. It will do nothing more than add a layer of trauma to already hardened lives by forcing relocation and by tearing down their existence. There's a couple more paragraphs. I didn't read fast enough. Please read the rest of them for me. Basically, they're part of a bigger system that's fundamentally broken.
That's time, Renee, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
And yes, council did receive a copy of your submission. The last speaker is present this evening on item 22B, Sydenham River Slope Stabilization, Glasgow Line and Short Line Municipal Class Environmental Assessment Follow-Up. We have Marcel Jenin.
Thank you. Thank you for having me, Mayor, councillors. I'm definitely not a public speaker, that's why I'm a farmer, but I'm here regarding the slope stabilization on Glasgow Line, especially on Site 2. My name is Marcel Jenin. I'm here with my wife. We live at 9518 Glasgow Line between Dresden and Tupperville, between Site 2 and right at Site 3. We've lived and farmed here for more than 30 years. We farm both sides of the river. I'm literally a stone throw away from my farm across the river, but I got to go eight kilometers around to get there. We use this roadway spring, summer, fall to get to our farms, as well as getting fertilizer at our local agri co-op. Not having this road would direct us to use that road, hauling wagons, going on to baseline, slowly getting up to speed, not too far, having to slow down, turn again to go back to my farm, which is a hazard as baseline is getting busier and busier all the time. And it wouldn't be safe for slow-moving vehicles and large farm equipment. This road is also used by residents of Tupperville. They use it to go as a direct line to Dresden. It's a well-traveled road. Many farmers from Wallersburg area use this road during harvest time, tomato season, to go to the Dresden canners, can grow, and to our local elevators, LAC and Jackson Seeds. They use this road to avoid baseline. Because of this direct line to Tupperville, from Tupperville to Dresden, this would be a huge loss for the farming community and Tupperville community as well, if this road was to be closed. In last report from the fire department, the response time would increase from 5 to 6 minutes, depending on the road, weather, time, and day. A road closure would affect approximately 12 agricultural properties and 5 residences. A few years ago, we had a pig barn fire. If it hadn't been for the quick response from the Tupperville Fire Department, we would have lost everything, thousands of pigs. And we are very grateful to have them. Many factors should be considered, such as road safety, other property owners, residents of Tupperville, and fire response, or emergency response. We are asking council to keep this road open by restabilizing the riverbank, just like the other 3 sites. This is a valuable road. Let's keep it open. Once the road is gone, you'll never get it back. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We'll now move on to the consent agenda. The following items have been pulled to be voted on separately this evening. Item 17A, Ward Boundary and Council Composition Review, Final Report. We have a presentation by Sabine Matheson of Strategy Corps, and it's been pulled by Councillor Harrigan and Councillor C. McGregor. Item 17D, motion of Councillor Bondy regarding council approval for non-union hires, pulled by Councillor Bondy and Councillor Harrigan. Item 18A, the motion of Councillor Jubenville regarding invoking the notwithstanding clause to address encampments, pulled by Councillor Jubenville and Councillor Harrigan. Item 22B, Sydenham River Slope Stabilization, Glasgow Line and Short Line Municipal Class Environmental Assessment Follow-Up, pulled by Councillor C. McGregor and Councillor Jubenville. And the last report, 22D, motion of accessible recreational amenities, pulled by Councillor Story. Therefore, the remaining items stay on the consent agenda to be approved in one motion. Item 15A, B, 16A, B, 17B and C, 19A and B, 20A, B, C, 21A and B, and 22A and C.
Councillor McDonald and Councillor Juvenile, can I get you to move the consent agenda, please?
Yep, happy to move it.
I so second.
Any questions? Seeing none, we'll put it to vote.
Councillor C. McGregor
Yes.
and Councillor Sakachi.
Yes.
Thompson's gone. All votes are in. Motion passes 15-0.
Item 17, corporate services.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The next item on the agenda is 17A, Ward Boundary and Council Composition Review, Final Report. There are no conflicts of interest and no deputations, as there was a public meeting held on this matter. We do have Sabine Matheson from Strategy Corps present on the line to provide a presentation. Sabine, the floor is yours.
Sabine, you're on microphone.
Thank you so much. I'm joined by Olivia Lahi today. I was going to come in person, but you can probably tell from my voice why I'm not. I've managed to come down with a cold. Olivia, if you could just share our slides, we want to take you on a very brief tour of our latest report. As you know, the task was really to come up with something that would deliver effective representation as defined by the court, having regard to parity today. So you want the votes of people to be relatively equal, but not just today, to 2026 and 2030. And we want to have boundaries that respect the community of interest. And by that, what we mean is making sure we don't divide what shouldn't be divided. We want to make sure that we want to respect prominent physical features as much as possible. And we want boundaries that make sense to people based on how they live and work within the community. And that we would try and support council's choice for a council size, whether it be maintaining your status quo of 18 or going to 15 or 13. And so we tried to do this in a way that wouldn't create an excessive number of wildly confusing options. And so, but first thing I want to emphasize is what we reported to you does not reflect the great number of things that did not, they wound up on the cutting room floor because they failed in one way or another. But as you can, we did way more than the ones that we're presenting. We thought in order to avoid a completely incomprehensible presentation, we wanted to narrow it. So there were key findings when we took the ones that we showed to you back in November out to the public. One was that there was a strong interest in achieving appropriate fairness through voter parity. That's the thing that everybody agrees. Everybody's very supportive of doing that. There's a strong interest in reducing the size of council amongst those who participated. But I just want to emphasize, the survey work and the meetings that we have, they represent people who show up. We don't hold those out as being a scientific survey of public opinion in Chatham-Kent. Those are just the views of people who participated. But of the people who participated, there was a strong interest in reducing the size of council. There's a strong interest in ensuring appropriate rural and agricultural representation, but also making sure that Chatham is appropriately represented. And there was some concern about the uneven allocation that you currently have of councillors to wards. with your current system featuring basically an at-large system within Chatham and a ward system outside of Chatham. As we said last time, that was a really innovative way to go about dealing with the amalgamation at the time. But it does render some concern that, how come some people get 6 representatives, other people only get 2 or 3? I should say, though, that while some people thought that that was an odd thing, not everybody's worried about it. The other thing, and this is the appropriate time to thank everybody who did participate, there was a lot of willingness to be flexible and open-minded and stay with the tour, if you will, and think through different options. And we got a lot of really good ideas. And I should just say to anybody who participated, who may be listening, we considered every one of them. And so I really want to say thank you for that. So the conclusion of the report, if you jump to the next slide, Olivia, is that we've got 3 options for you, as promised, 1 at each of the size points of 13, 15, and 18. All of them hit the appropriate target for voter parity in 2024, 2026, 2030. Some are better than others. They're not all perfectly optimal, but they're all acceptable. The second is we've, I think, tried really hard to effectively consider the communities of interest and come up with appropriate allocations of people to wards and consideration of physical and natural features so that they would work. And, we can talk more about some of the things that people highlighted. But 2 of the biggies were, please don't divide Wallaceburg, and please don't, as much as you can, use the river as the primary north-south divider rather than the 401. And then, as we said, the council size thing is of some significance too. But just to correct the record, one of the papers said that we had said that it was about savings from reducing the size of council. And, that's actually not a point of emphasis for us. I actually think all of you are worth your salaries. It's not about reducing salary headcount, I don't think. I think it's about setting council up as a decision-making body. The choices that you make are more important than your salaries. And I'm saying that as an old Mike Harris person. I'm not loose with my attitudes on public spending, but I actually think it more comes from the literature on what the optimal size is of decision-making bodies. And I think 18 is a little big, but I don't think it's just because of the money. I think it's about the value of what you create is more important than that. So this next slide just shows all 3 of the options together in one place. And you can see the one that's at 13, which is ultimately our preferred. But as promised, the other 2 would be fine as well, from a point of view of our opinion of making the appropriate use of the effective representation test. We're in a position to take you on a tour of each of the individual slides very quickly. If we just look at 13, this shows you the evolution of 13. There are 2 changes that we made that reflected public feedback related to the county. The first, loud and clear, keep Wallaceburg together. So you see we evolved the option, the first version of option 13B, which divided Wallaceburg. In the revised version, it's together. Second thing we heard was, hey, try to get the parity better. And try to do that by adjusting some of the boundaries down between Ward 1 and Ward 2 and Ward 3. And so you can see that evolution. And if you jump to the next slide, you get a blow up of how we addressed the changes inside Chatham. What we heard was, yeah, great, you created 5 wards, but they're kind of artificial. So perhaps reduce that to 3 wards. Now, of course, the problem is there's no such thing as half a councillor. So we had to go 2, 2, and 1. So Ward 9 only winds up with 1 councillor. That's not because we don't love Ward 9. It's just because that's the appropriate number based on the population. And if you jump, we can show the similar kind of evolution of 15. The evolution here was, again, we heard don't divide neighborhoods in Chatham, and so we came up with a different way of dividing 15 to reflect that. And so you see that evolution there. And and if you just jump to, yeah, that's actually, I think that's probably just about it. The only other thing I'd say is in the option, yeah, thanks for going to that side. That's perfect. If you look in the option of 18A, you'll see that we came up with a presentation of Chatham there with the revised boundaries that were to reflect the urban area of Chatham, but with no ward subdivisions. Now, you know, that about half the people who talked to us, give or take, said, yeah, we don't like it that way. And about the other half said it didn't bother them at all. If you'd prefer to keep Chatham just as one ward, that would be doable. I mean, we wouldn't say it works in the 18 option and then tell you that you can't do it in the 13 or the 15. It would work. It's just, it wouldn't solve that problem that some people identified as making them kind of uncomfortable. But if you think there's merit in maintaining a single ward approach, it's not impossible. And I just raised that because I was asked that question earlier today. Mr. Mayor, very pleased to be able to say it's up to council now. If I were going to suggest if you can settle on what the number of the size that you're looking for is, then that's the easiest thing, because then you can choose amongst the specific ways of achieving that once you have the right council. But I respect, I think it was Councillor Sakachi's idea, hey, let's not decide on what the size should be until we see what the implications of looking at the various ward boundaries would be. And that was a sensible approach. So here you have before you representations that would work for all three. If you pick the right size, then we can get down to the final settling on the specific option that council prefers. Thanks very much.
Thanks. I'm just going to a couple words, and I'll go to Councillor Harrigan. Just that we're here tonight, that there's several options on the table, and we could potentially end up in a flux where we can't find a solution. That you might have so many people liking the 13 option, but different boundaries, et cetera. So I'm hopeful tonight that we can at least get out of here to saying a number. Ideally, we have a solution tonight, but we need to get to that at least to say whether any one of those three, we have a majority saying it's that number, and then we can go back and sort out where the word boundaries is. But again, I would like to have the choice. I just don't want to get stuck in a spot where we have councillors where we need 9 votes tonight, because Councillor Finn's not here, so 9 votes would decide it. So anyway, I'm just putting that as the prelude. Councillor McGrail, you're looking kind of confused with what I'm saying. I want to make sure I'm clear on this. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you. I don't see it that way. I think it comes one and the same. And if we're going to talk about wards and boundaries and that then tells me how many councillors I would like to represent Chatham-Kent. But if we can't nail that down, I don't know how we're going to nail down how many councillors we want.
Fair.
So
So we'll evolve through the discussion. I'm just hopeful that we're not sitting here in 2 hours saying, you know what, we've gotten nowhere. That's what I'm hopeful that we'll avoid. But with that, I'll go to Councillor Harrigan.
Thank you, Mayor Kaniff. I have a motion. I had shared it earlier with members of council for their review. I move that Chatham-Kent Council confirm option 13B- version 2 of the strategy core report for a total size of 13 members of council going forward. And 2, that Chatham-Kent Council directs strategy core to return to council with a report on the boundaries in wards 7, 8, and 9 of 13BV2 for the purpose of considering the impact of an at-large urban ward located in the city of Chatham. And if I get a seconder, I can give some comments.
Councillor Bondi, you want to second that?
Yes, thank you, Mayor.
Okay.
Great. So first, certainly I'd like to express thanks for everyone who has been working on, from strategy core team on the report, and the engagement work that has been happening for the past few months on this, and for Councillor Jubenville for bringing this forward, which seems like so long ago, right, that it was brought forward. So I'm glad to see that we're progressing each time. As Mayor Caniff had noted, what this motion does is it allows us to confirm the ward sizes, or based on the map, and how many councillors we would have going forward. But it seems like one of the kind of outstanding areas or conversations that still need to be had is about Chatham specifically. Should Chatham be broken up into wards going forward, or should it be an at-large group? So this item 1 kind of allows us to land on the size, and then item 2 allows us to get a bit more information about what the implications of an at-large ward would be going forward. And I think some of that was included in the report and alluded to, so this just draws attention to it. We have had a lot of debate about the size of council and what council needs to look like. I think there's flexibility in going forward and what that could be, but it's very, very clear from the report, from the feedback, from the themes that we've just heard summarized, that the community is supportive of us reducing council size, and that will lead to a stronger council, aligned with good governance practices and policies. So I have shared openly with council members, so I feel the need to share it with members of the public. If item 1 doesn't pass tonight, I have another motion that moves us to 15 to talk about that, right? So I think we should start with the preferred option and follow the guidance of the experts and also members of public, and have a discussion. So looking forward to hearing everyone's thoughts.
Okay, Councillor Bondi, then Councillor C. McGregor.
Oh, sorry, Mayor Caniff, I didn't have my hand up for comments. I was just seconding.
Perfect. All right. Councillor C. McGregor, followed by Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, and I'd like to thank Sabine and her team for all of the work and everything that's gone into bringing this to council. It's been very interesting looking at the different options and the revised options, and I'm happy to say that I also agree with the option 13B V2 and how that this has been revised and come together. I hope that everybody has had the opportunity to go over the information, and I thank all of the community that has also contributed to the information that has been gathered along the way. So I think I'll leave it there at that point, and I do hope that we can move forward with this option and look at a new direction for representation for our constituents as we move forward into the future. Thanks.
Councillor Thompson, followed by Councillor Abib McGregor.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I guess my first question, because I'd like to better understand what I'm hearing here, so I'm going to stick to the new Ward 1, and this is a question for Sabine. And I'd like you to walk me through specifically the thought process on the Ward 1 boundaries.
I can jump in there too if you'd like me to.
Sure.
Sure, I was just going to say for which ward, for which option, for the third.
I'm assuming 13B V2.
Yes.
Councillor, is that correct?
Correct. Yes. Thank you.
Sure. So I have them up on this slide here. So that the main reason we looked at revising this one to start with is because there was a lot of interest expressed in the original 13B, specifically as it related to leveraging the Thames in the county. People really liked it, and there was just a lot of interest in surely there's something you can do to help fix this. Council might remember that we actually raised the concern with the large population differential in the original in V1 of this map. Ward 2 had a variance of -21, and we wanted to bring it to council just to show what that would look like using the river. And so the public urged us to just take another look at that and see if we couldn't find a way to help fix that math problem a little bit and make it a little bit more preferable. And one of the ways we heard about doing that was to kind of push Ward 3 over a little bit, just so you could take some of that population from over there, But people also tended to really support the idea of putting Tilbury and Wheatley in separate wards. The math also indicates to us that in this version of one councillor per ward, we would need to have those two communities in separate wards. So that is how the kind of boundary of Ward 1 has stretched east the way it has. And then, it becomes a matter of both math and from people heard of what people told us in terms of whether or not we include Merlin in Ward 1 and whether or not we include Cedar Springs in Ward 1. And that's kind of those are the and basically based on the feedback we heard, Merlin already in Ward 1 associates with somewhat with Wheatley. Cedar Springs, we heard not so much. We heard more maybe with Blenheim, but again, in the math, we kind of had to make that decision of where we wanted to keep those communities, but we also wanted to make sure we wouldn't divide them. So that's where you see some of the less attractive lines are to make sure that we are not dividing those communities. So that's the kind of tour to Ward 1 boundaries.
All right. My brain's getting chewed up like a hand in a wood chipper here. So your expectation then, if I'm reading this correctly, is someone who lives at 9185 Talbot Trail, corner of Talbot and Fargo, 2 kilometers from the center of Blenheim, meters away from the town line of Blenheim, they're going to contact a councillor 50 kilometers away in Wheatley because that's the community they best address as theirs?
Look, there's always going to be a problem in a place of Chatham size with trying to get this right. And so, I think you would be able to make similar criticisms of your existing ward system or frankly of almost any of these options. And it would either be true of people who are just outside of Chatham, because a feature of almost every one of these things is you're either in Chatham or you're not. And if you're not, then whether you're going to the north or the south or the east or the west, you're going some distance. So yes, that is the reality of trying to strike the balance between the two. That's always going to be a factor. There's very little we can do about it. What we can do is adjust the lines where you think they're in the wrong place. But the problem will be if you move them a little bit over, you might find that you've taken 1,000 or 500 people out, and that's 500 that we can't afford to take out of that other ward. So that's where some of the flexibilities get really limited, given the narrow landing zone that we need to land in.
Okay, somebody on the lake side of Talbot Trail there is in Blenheim, somebody on the other side is in Wheatley. And I understand 9185 is really specific, and I imagine some councillors are kind of wondering where that is. I'll use a landmark that everybody knows. Red Barn isn't in the same ward as Blenheim. It's in Wheatley's ward in this map. Cedar Springs is in Blenheim. My neighbor's house isn't. And I understand there's strange things about that. But my point is that Ward 1, and I'm going to stick there for a minute, is 50 kilometers long. It takes longer to drive it than it would to walk across one of the Chatham wards as they're currently lined up. And I'm used to big geography, but to pretend that red, or honestly any of these rural areas have anything to do with each other on their outskirts is, again, that hand is still sitting in that wood chipper. I don't want to take too much away from the other wards, but the other thing I wanted to talk about was what I'll call the Wallaceburg ward, because that's what it is. You don't see any problems specifically with the town of Wallaceburg carrying 60% of the votes in that ward?
Well, again, we tried representations where all the wards had a single councillor per ward. And one of the most emphatic pieces of feedback that we got was, please do not divide Wallaceburg. Now, not wanting to put another of your hands into the wood chipper, the way the math works on any of these is Wallaceburg is you either give it 2 councillors in one large ward, or you give it two wards of one councillor apiece, but it winds up being underrepresented if you don't acknowledge that. So yeah, that's that is another sort of mathematical quirk of where people have chosen to live in Chatham-Kent. But in the feedback that we got, it was relatively positive around the connectivity of people from the rural area with the urban area of Wallaceburg. So we actually got far more feedback about don't divide Wallaceburg than we got about don't lump those rural areas in with Wallaceburg. And Olivia may have some other thoughts, but
Yeah, the only, oh, sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
As the only additional point there worth making from a math standpoint is if you were to divide Wallaceburg into two wards, Wallaceburg's about 11,000 people. What the Wallaceburg population, if we're to split them into two wards, make up the majority of both of the wards. Like if it was to be two wards with a half of Wallaceburg and a rural area, Wallaceburg would still make up the majority vote or populace in each of those wards.
Okay, I appreciate it, and you've really focused on what you focused on was the math. I mean, they'll never elect anybody living in Mitchell's Bay. They'll never elect anybody living along the river. They're going to elect somebody living in Wallaceburg. And if I was a councillor, that's where I'd be spending 90% of my time. Fundamentally, the people outside of Wallaceburg there will go without representation. To my estimation, maybe I'm wrong. We'll find out because this is going to pass. I can't accept that this is better representation. I can't accept that this is effective government. We can sit here and we can pretend that a smaller council better mirrors the communities we represent, can we? That fewer voices representing council and our constituents is the way to go? I don't accept it. So what are we talking about then? This entire time we're talking about making it easier and more effective on Monday nights. This frankly is to a detriment of our residents. And I'm sure Essex Town Council was sure thankful they were small and efficient when Randy Vokes was there. And I'm sure that Pickering loves their small and efficient council of 6. And I know Sarnia's council of 8 is a picture postcard of what we should strive for, small and efficient. So let's talk about what we're really talking about here. This is gerrymandering. Everybody thinks that a new council is one they're going to be able to control. Somebody is going to be right. That's what I heard at the ward boundaries that I followed and I went to. First and foremost, how do we remove the people currently in office and replace them with the people we like? That's what Liz Valley is thinking. That's what Sheila Martin's thinking. That's what Rick Nichols is thinking. And maybe they are right. You know what? Maybe they are. Maybe they'll get a couple of their folks in there. Maybe we'll get an evolution-denying mayoral candidate in the big seat. I'd be looking at the hub. If I was going to run for council or mayor, I'd be looking at Councillor Jubenville's motion. I'd be looking at Russell DeCrow, and I'd be thinking, there's some space here for me to run. And I'm afraid of what that small, efficient council is going to look like. This isn't the best opportunity. This isn't the best representation for Chatham-Kent. This is the best way, and everybody seems to think they're going to be able to affect the outcome, and somebody is going to be right. And I am glad that I won't have to represent any ward outside of Chatham because that is untenable. That is not possible. It simply cannot be done. Thank you.
Councillor B. McGregor, followed by Councillor McGrail.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Certainly want to start by thanking Sabine and her team. This has been, I think, a really positive experience. There's been a lot of community engagement, and I think from everyone involved, agree or disagree with some of the components of the process or some of the components of the recommendations. The debate's been respectful, and I think that we've learned a lot about different communities, about what representation means, and the value of communities to each of us. So I think that's really important. My concern with going in tonight was there's a lot of options out there, and it's as the chair said, it's difficult to make sure that we have a process that make sure we don't discount something, as we all have our ideas of maybe what an ideal scenario is. And I'm interested, as we go through the conversation, to understand the concerns of councillors around the table and what has been brought forward from their constituents. I've certainly heard from some that in the rural areas, they really do like 2 councillors per ward. They think that's effective in how they reach out. From my Ward 6 colleagues, I've definitely heard some concerns over the way, Chatham might get split up and what that means for this community. Right now, we don't get too worked up with 1 splash pad in North Chatham, but maybe if it's 3 wards, we worry, well, if there's not a splash pad in South Chatham, and what if a North Side Arena gets a renovation and a South Side Arena doesn't? So I understand that there's, some intricacies to how the system works, but I do think it's important to, step back and remember how we got here. We're a post-amalgamation community. We had a system that has worked in some ways and not worked in others. There's concerns with borders right now. We have individuals who functionally live in Chatham and are not represented in Chatham. We have some borders that don't make sense in Wallaceburg. We don't live in a big rectangle that breaks up easily by population, so we're going to have big wards, we're going to have small wards. But right now we do have a system that doesn't respect parity. Every vote isn't 1 vote. There's individuals that are underrepresented, and we understand that. And I think what we're doing, we're not gerrymandering. We're looking for opportunities to figure out how we make it as fair as we can so a vote is a vote, no matter if you live in Erio or South Chatham or Wallaceburg or Dover Centre or Chatham Township or Merlin. I think a fundamental tenet of democracy is that every vote matters, and when we intentionally ignore that some individuals are undervalued, their vote is undervalued based on where they live, that's an issue. I don't have a preference for a certain number. I think this process isn't about necessarily reduction. It's about parity and good governance. I think some good work's been done in this process, and many of these options make sense. I understand I don't have a full understanding of the areas that it doesn't. I'm not a councillor in Wallaceburg or Dover or South Kent, so I'm interested to hear what everyone thinks so that we can make those decisions based on what we hear tonight. Because I think the work that's been done already is great. The community impact, the community input has been wonderful. And we still have an opportunity to talk about this and make sure that we understand where the challenges are, where the opportunities are, and the reason that we're doing this. So I appreciate this process, and I appreciate Councillor Harrigan not only bringing forth this motion, but giving us a heads up that, if this one isn't successful, we'll vote on the options for 15, and we still have some opportunity to look at what some of these boundaries will look like if we feel there's some challenges that are outstanding. So thank you.
Councillor McGrail, followed by Councillor Sakachi.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Caniff. I want to first start by saying, yeah, there is lines and boundaries that need to be cleaned up. Absolutely. Within our existing wards, as I said. And I want to thank the team for bringing this forth and taking the time and honestly trying to figure this out, because this is not an easy task, and it's very complicated, and I understand that. But I was somewhat surprised, taken aback, fall off my chair, when I saw what happened to my ward, which is Ward 4 right now of North Kent. Okay? I represent Pancor, right? I represent Mitchell's Bay. I represent Tupperville and everywhere in between to Dresden. We collectively all are an agricultural community. We match. We think the same. We work good. What I see here is effectively on, the Pancor, the Mitchell's Bay, and going forth and all that rural area, we've just lost our voice. We've completely lost our voice in how the representation of within Wallaceburg. Councillor Trevor was right. 60% of that is going to be Wallaceburg, and I understand that. Why not? That's where the votes are. But what this doesn't show is the communities and the loss of the communities and the loss of their voices. And, at one point, and I agree, Wallaceburg needs to be one ward, and I'm with you 100%, and I heard that loud and clear. But what I didn't hear was when that changed and that ward map changed, I was not asked, so I'm not sure who agreed with this change, because I believe one of the questions I had when I was asked and interviewed was, is there communities and do they represent and their uniqueness and their niche? And Pancor is its own niche, its own French community, agricultural French community, and they do not belong with the Wallaceburg. There is definitely a different representation there. So I'm not sure how, I can't support, obviously, the new, I can't see, Ward 4, is that Ward 4, Wallaceburg? Ward 4. 6, Ward 6, because effectively half my ward right now just lost their voice, and I can't consciously sit here and let that happen. So you'll see where I am on that. But I'm open to listening. I'm open to hearing. But right now, as it sits, I can't support that piece of my ward going into Wallaceburg. Thank you.
Councillor Sakachi, followed by Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. The first question I have is directed towards Sabine. Sabine, part of the conversation when we first started talking is Councillor Thompson commented on part of it. You indicated that it makes sense for people to be voting in an area where they shop, where they work, and where they play. Similar to some comments that Councillor Thompson had, is that there's places in our ward now that would be significantly different than that. You would literally have grocery stores, work environments, amenities, recreational components that would be 2 minutes away, not even, and you'd be voting in an area and living in an area that was totally different than where you would do exactly what was said. And I just wanted to see if you can comment on that a little bit.
Other than the generic comment that I think I previously made, it's going to happen in some cases, and as you know, it happens right now in your existing ward structure. I think the generic answer, happy to take feedback about specific instances of it, and I think we're pretty upfront that in the 13, in order to achieve the better. I think Olivia's technical term is it's a trade-off or a bit of a mess, the boundaries between 1, 2, and 3 in order to get anything like appropriate parity. But, as we've just heard, there's probably other people who are going to say that there are similar concerns. Inevitably, that's what happens when you've got a large space and you're trying to divide it by math and then take into account community reality as best as you can. These versions that you see today reflect feedback from the previous drafts, and just to sort of react to some degree to what one of the previous speakers said, when did you approve the latest ones? Well, you haven't yet. You're here to look at them tonight, and so these would be reflections of things that we heard from the rest of the community feedback. But if it's not where it needs to be yet, this isn't a sort of a take it or leave it sort of situation, I don't think. But what will not change is the burden around the map, because unfortunately the groupings of the population in Chatham-Kent don't come in neat 9,000 person chunks. They're distributed and over distributed where patterns of settlement are.
Yeah, thank you. I guess to also to Councillor Thompson's point, I thought that the process might be a little bit more, components would be circle more around geography than numbers, but I understand how that becomes challenging. I'm not going to speak too much on this because I do feel that given the urban representation and how much it would benefit certain groups, that I think that the decision's likely already going to be made. I guess to Councillor McGrail's points, I agree with almost everything she said, except for one particular spot. I'm not surprised by this. I'm not blown away by this. This is exactly what I anticipated coming back, something very similar to having a large shift from the representation from a numeric value from the rural population to the urban population. And having, I guess the only thing that I don't understand is that I have received quite a bit of comments recently. Leading up to this, I haven't received much at all. And all the feedback that I've received recently is significantly different than a lot of my colleagues have said online here. But we all hear from different people at different times. And hopefully, people look at this option and realize that there's too many significant changes that will be detrimental to the rural communities. Thank you.
Councillor Hall, followed by Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Just a few comments with this. Taken back when I first got elected to council, I had a good conversation with an individual. I think we were working on preparing for a committee meeting, and we talked about what the role of a councillor is. And one of the things that really stood out for me for that conversation was, essentially the role of a councillor is it's a balancing act, right? It's a balancing act between content and context, right? So, oftentimes at our regular council meeting, we get the content from our professionals with staff, whether it's the engineers or everybody on staff. They give their professional opinion and their advice, and they give us the content, which we can help with making our decisions. And, the context element is really, that comes from the community, right? That comes from our neighbors, our friends, our constituents that live in our wards, and they give us that context. How does that impact them? How does that, impact their everyday life? How does that impact their family? And there's different ways where different councillors, they have the ability, you try to get that context in different ways. Everybody does it a little bit differently, I suppose, but, the role of the councillors to try to get that context so that you're representing your community properly. And in this case, I think we got some great content through Sabine and her team with this with the work. I think it's a lot of information. I think they did a great job at narrowing it down as best they could to give us some options as a council to discuss tonight. But going with the context with this, and what was I hearing from the community? Personally, I didn't hear it. I didn't hear a lot. I didn't get a lot of phone calls. I didn't get a lot of emails. I didn't hear a lot from the community that I represent. I know that not to discount anyone that participated in the public engagement process, but personally, when now I get left here in this balancing act to try to make a decision, I'm not hearing that context loud and clear to make this kind of a change. And I think the fact too that there was, correct me if I'm wrong, Judy, but I don't think there was any deputations on this item tonight. Is that right?
We didn't permit any because there were public meetings.
Right.
So that's
okay. All right. Well, pretend I didn't say that. No, I'm just kidding. But no, I think. But either way, there wasn't an onslaught of emails either. I know we heard some, that were. But a lot of these times when we get that context, we hear it loud and clear from community groups or factions of the community that come together that let their voices be heard very loud and clear. And maybe everyone was just content with going through the process, so I could be wrong with that. But I just didn't hear it. So that being said, it'll be really difficult for me to support the motion that's before us tonight and to go with this preferred option, or the 15 if we get to that point as well. I don't think I'll be able to support that as well either. The only thing that makes sense to me is option 18, which is keeping the same amount of councillors around the table. And I do like the redrawn boundaries. I think that is something that I've heard over the past 5 years, 5-6 years being on council. Is extending those boundaries around Wallaceburg, kind of incorporating the Dufferin Ave and around there. A lot of those people, I consider them they consider themselves, I don't want to speak for everyone there, but, I think they consider themselves a part of Wallaceburg. So to me, with this balancing act, number 18 with the redrawn boundaries is the only thing that makes sense. So I would support that if we got to that point. I do have one question. Thank you for the time, Mr. Mayor. To Sabine and her team, one thing I would like to see, I'm not going to make a recommendation or an amendment here tonight, but I would like to see, not this council, but future councils do this again, you know, and I know the province and the feds do that, where they look at population changes and they look at redrawing their, you know, their riding boundaries. From your experience, Sabine, and your work, you know, how often should a council look at this, you know, do this process that we just went through? How often should that happen?
Question. I mean, really after every election, a clerk typically takes a look at how the population is shaping up. You know, if you're in a period of high growth, you probably need to do it every 2 elections or so, and you're probably in that. So the terms of reference that we were given were to consider the population changes as far as 2030. So you're definitely going to want to keep an eye on it because, you know, for a long time, Chatham didn't have a lot of growth, but now it's certainly got a lot more. So I think you should, you know, be probably counting on having to do it, you know, either in the lead up to 2030 or right thereafter. So you got about 2 elections worth here.
Excellent, thanks for that. Like I said, I'm not going to make an amendment to make that direction tonight, but certainly look to do that at a future meeting. Thank you.
Councillor Anderson, followed by Councillor Story.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. Also, Sabine, thank you to you and your team for all the work that has been completed up to this point and the conversations that we've been able to have with all of you. I kind of want to focus a little bit of a different angle here. You know, I agree with a lot of things that have been said around this table about the diversity that we have around this horseshoe right now, with there being 18 of us. And I always think that there is, you know, something really powerful in numbers of everyone being able to have their opinions and share their opinions, and then us coming to a common ground and voting. And I think that's the best form of democracy that you can have. But what I really want to focus on here, and the reason why I certainly will not be supporting the decrease of council at all, is because while we sit here on Monday nights, that's probably the least amount of time that I spend in this role as a councillor. And one of the most important roles that I think that I have is actually being in the community and spending time at really important events that are being held. And if I now have a ward where I am 50 minutes from end to end, all of those events in there as one councillor, whether it's Remembrance Day, whether it's BIA meetings, whether it's the unveiling of a new restaurant or a museum or anything, a park or anything that would be happening, the amount of time and extra that I would be doing and be able to possibly be there to show my constituents that I support the growth and the positive things that are happening, or be there for negative things, is highly unlikely should I be the only ward councillor for Ward 1. Or say for Ward, Jamie, which one is that for you? Ward 6? Ward 6? How many legions would you have in Ward 6? But how many would it be with the 3? At least 2. So on Remembrance Day, if there's one councillor, where do you choose to go to be there for Remembrance Day? You know, we already have events where there's oftentimes that we can't find councillors to be there, to be supportive. And I think that would only become more and more of an issue should we decrease the number of councillors. And I think that one of the most important things that we can give to our constituents is to actually be there and be visible, and sitting around this table, regardless of it taking a really long time on Monday nights. I think it's some of the best work that we do. But I think that my most important work that I do is being in the community, and I most certainly would not be able to do that to the best of how I would see it be fit, should we decrease to 13.
Councillor Story, followed by Councillor Juneville.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to reiterate my thanks to Sabine and her team for all the excellent work, and I'm really appreciating all of the conversations around the table. I'm probably showing my age, but but I worked as a summer student for Harwich Township for the several years before amalgamation. And the 18 counselors at the time was decided on by an external facilitator, and really was only meant for political reasons to try and bring together, I think it was 23 municipalities into one during a very fractious time. It was never meant to be a permanent number, but here we are 26 years later. And I do believe, whatever happens, to Councillor Hall's point, I agree that I think this should be built in as a regular review. I think there are risks for other, reasons why it might be put forward in this way, at least if it's built into our scheduling, whether it's every term or every 2 terms or every whatever number makes sense. But just like committees of council and council of remuneration, I think this should actually be a reasonable review so we're prepared for it. And ideally, we continue to grow as a community, and ideally, our ward boundaries the needs might change as well. I totally respect Councillor Thompson's concerns about, who gets selected and when. I think my counter argument to that would be that that's not really part of this particular discussion, because the reverse is also true. I would not be personally voting in favor of this because I do want certain people to run, or I don't want certain people to run, because I do think that could happen whether there's 18 or 15 or 13, and that really depends on who shows up to vote and who gets elected. The citizens cast their ballots whether we like the results or not, and some of, I do worry when we get into discussions about political ideologies, because I'm not sure that's what was part of this discussion, but I appreciate him raising that. For me, I do support these options, because in our case, in our ward, we are currently underrepresented based on population. And I also think that this is about fair representation, and right now we do have areas that are not fairly represented, and that these proposals do a better job of that. We're ultimately still one community. We all vote on all of the items. We all get deputations and communications from citizens across Chatham-Kent, no matter where we're a ward councillor, whatever ward we're councillors in. And ultimately, we do represent everyone. We do represent everyone. I also appreciate that, Sabine and Olivia and her team, they don't have a vested interest in the result, so they have presented these opportunities based on the feedback they have received. We do live in a large geographic area, which is very unique, and whatever result we have, our current model, I don't think is perfect, and we're not ever going to find a perfect solution. So in this instance, I am going to take the approach, let's not let the perfect be the enemy of the good. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Juneville, followed by Councillor Crew.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate everything that everyone is saying. I do want to give thanks to Sabine and Olivia and the rest of the team, because I know it's been a lot of work that they've worked through and thrown a lot of things on the floor, as they say that they've done. I am hearing a lot of I, but when I, decided to become a counselor, I was effectively becoming a counselor of Chatham-Kent, so I had to stand up and be prepared to receive phone calls, from people from South Kent, East Kent, West Kent. So even though I am a North Kent counselor, I'm also a Chatham-Kent counselor. And I step up proudly saying that I'm here for anybody throughout all of Chatham-Kent. So I think we all should be wearing that on our heads as well. When I do have a concern, I share the concern with Jamie about the Ward 6. So I live on the north side of Pancor, so it does take me, I'm a good 23 minutes to get to Dresden, and even farther into my ward, I'm probably 25 minutes to get to that end of my ward. But I mean, I knew my boundaries when I was campaigning. I knew where I was going to be called to be if I was elected. So when we put our name in the hat, we know what the expectation is. And just because we are sitting here around the horseshoe right now doesn't mean the next council is going to be the same people living in the same areas. But I do have a little concern about Dover Township being blended into Wallaceburg because they are very distinctly different. You've got rural area blended with urban Wallaceburg. So my question, Sabine, and I appreciate the comments about like Ward 1, 2, and 3. If we decide to go ahead with 13, is there wiggle room on the boundaries?
But I wouldn't want to guess how many ways we tried to figure out how to keep Wallaceburg whole without having to expand too much into the county. I mean, what we're always trying to do is compare to what you've got and then to try to compare against perfection. And so like if you look at the current ward that represents Pancourt, it stretches quite a ways too, as you were just saying. And so, you know, in any of the solutions that we make that readjust things, I think in every case there'll be an instance where somebody is saying, well, I'm just across the road from something, how come the boundary finally, you know, fell where I am? So there, I always think the best metaphor for this is it's a tube of toothpaste. The lid is on, you can squeeze it as much as you like. The same amount of toothpaste will be still in it. And unfortunately, the toothpaste that's on one end of the tube can't magically go to the other end of the tube. So you can only get to what's adjacent. But, you know, you can move up a bit or you can move down a bit, you can move over. But in a lot of cases, like we looked at the boundary between Chatham and Ward 2, for example, and, you know, oh, couldn't we eat a bit more in? And, you know, like you cross the road and you're into the industrial section and it really is Chatham. And you say, well, could we go out a little bit? You say, well, no, there's hardly anybody there. You'd have to take a massive bite because there's no population there. So yes, there's flexibility, but no, there's not infinite flexibility. And the other point is that the word that I take very seriously in this is the gerrymander word. And I just want to emphasize, I know nobody was really suggesting that we were trying to advance the political interest of anybody particular here, because no one's ever suggested that. And honestly, it was much more accurate to say we don't have a stake in this and we're just trying to apply the combination of the feedback. I do think there are some people who would, you know, like to have more representation or less representation or better representation. And I think that's fair. And the lens that we run it through is the effective representation test to see, you know, what we must consider and what we can consider. But I would just finally urge, when you're comparing this, don't just compare it to what's on the page, compare it to what you've got. Because there's plenty of warts on what you've got too. You don't never want to say somebody's baby's ugly, but the baby that you have isn't beautiful either. And unfortunately it does fail the test right now because it does some structural underrepresentation. So that's the virtue of 18. I told you to go back to the cleaning out the garage metaphor, I told you that we'd clean it out, we'd get rid of the dead mice in the corner and the cobwebs, and 18 definitely does that. But you know, if we've caused some other problems through some of the other designs, then you know, that's what we're here to hear. And I would finally just say, I love it when everybody says, I'm really enjoying hearing what everyone has to say about this, because honestly, I'm really enjoying hearing what people have to say about it too. It's you know, it's not done till it's done.
A slight comment on math, even though I know I'll be accused of being the one who's always harping on math. To your point about where the flexibility is, if you look at the Wallaceburg ward in the 18 option we presented, you can see there's about 12,000 people in that area. if you look at the ward size for Ward 6 and 13B, it's underrepresent. It's structurally already underpopulated at 17,000. So you need to find about 5,000 people outside of that Wallaceburg ward, whether you're going east or whether you're going south. You're going to have to go quite far into that rural area to get anywhere near something that is acceptable parity, or I should say optimal parity.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for your feedback.
Councillor Crew. Councillor Crew.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I wasn't going to say anything, but I just have a couple things. Sabine, ugly babies grow up to be beautiful human beings, and that's what happened with Chatham-Kent. So we're not that far off. The interesting thing, once we started this and this was coming up, was that I thought that there was going to be a lot of feedback. And like Councillor Hall, I haven't received any. I had to ask, and then when I did, it was like, well, why? Why would you do that? So I know there's a few that, Councillor Thompson has identified some people in our community that may like us to have fewer spots, and I don't know if that's the truth, but from the community standpoint, I haven't received any feedback about what's wrong with it. We know that the boundaries are not quite right because of population or, communities that have grown and expanded. So, I see those. But other than that, and maybe we're just used to it. Maybe we're just used to it. We've got the ugly baby and it's beautiful now. So whatever it is. But I'm just struggling, and I'm not going to support the 13B for sure. And I'm kind of leaning towards 18 now, but I was, I'm in the middle between 15 and 18. And I think, Councillor Jubenville, when we brought this back up, I think there was something that was added to review it once a term, if I remember correctly, and maybe that's something someone else can look at. But I thought Councillor C. McGregor had brought that up. Amended it. So that might already be there, just for everyone's information. So that's all I have to say. Looking forward. Oh, thank you, Sabine and Olivia as well. I want to throw my thanks into the pot there.
I see no other first-time speakers, so I will go to Councillor Harrigan for final comment before we vote on this one.
Great, thank you so much, Mayor Caniff. Just before we move forward, I do have a question, I believe it is for the clerk, around the timeline, because I did hear, certainly the report has some edits around the proposed Ward 789. I may have a small amendment if our seconder considers it friendly for the report, but when do we have to wrap this up to be confident that it can be applied for the next election?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the timeline really was focusing on 2025 being the decision and the appeal process and getting ready so it's in place for January 1st. Sabine and I did have a conversation today. If this, whatever was approved in full tonight, would have to come back to the January 27th for a bylaw and me to give proper notice for the appeal process, which is 45 days, et cetera. If we had to go to the 27th meeting for your number 2, and then come back for the bylaw on February 10th, that won't put us out of range for the whole process, but we shouldn't let it go further into 2025.
Perfect. So we're going to say like end of February, we're going to have this wrapped up with a bow if we can keep on the holiday theme here.
Fingers crossed.
Okay. I actually do have an additional number 3. I don't think it will prompt. It's in response to what I've heard around the floor. And again, I'm not sure if this is going to pass, but in the event that it does, number 3 would be for the report to also review the boundaries between wards 1 and 3 and 5 and 6 based on feedback. And I heard Olivia say that the numbers on 5 and 6 could be a bit sticky, but I've also heard a lot of comments about, folks going to the gymnastics center thinking they're in Blenheim, and maybe that's represented now by a new Ward 1. And so if it does pass, I think that that's a community consideration that we could include in the report. So again, it would just be the boundaries of 1, 3, 5, and 6 in the proposed report. If my seconder is okay with that being friendly. I don't know if I can friendly amend my own motion on the floor, but I'll try.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Councillor
works for me.
Bondi, you
Sure,
okay with that?
yeah.
All right.
Okay. And just in closing, I think we've had lots of really great conversation about this. Certainly, I appreciate the discussion. I see Savina has their hand up to ask a question. Oh, maybe not.
It might be prudent to add Ward 2 there as well, because if we're messing with Ward
1.
1 and 3, we might need to adjust 2 as well, just as a practical matter.
Very friendly. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
So just as a maybe final comment to thank everyone for their comments. So again, if this passes, then we have a number. If this doesn't pass, I'll be putting the same thing forward, but looking at the map with 15. So hopefully that conversation's a bit more, just faster, because everybody's gotten a lot of their comments out already.
Councillor Bondi, sorry, as your seconder, did you want to say anything?
No, Mayor Caniff, I'm fine, thank you.
All right, we'll put it to vote.
Councillor Sakachi?
No.
Councillor C. McGregor?
Yes.
15, 16, 17. All votes are in. Motion fails 7 to 10.
Okay, Councillor Harrigan, you want to go round 2?
Yep, so I would like to move that Chatham-Kent confirm the option of 15C-V2 of the Strategy Corps report for a total council size of 15 members going forward. And that number 2, Chatham-Kent direct Strategy Corps to return to council with a report on ward boundaries in wards. Now it is 5, 6, and 7 of 15C-V2 for the purpose of considering the impact of an at-large urban ward located in the city of Chatham. And I'm afraid I don't know the map off by heart to make the comments about the other boundaries, but I think some of them don't apply anymore. So I'll let my councillors in North Kent identify if there needs to be a friendly amendment on this one.
Can I get a seconder for that? Councillor B. McGregor? Okay, I'll go to your comments and then we'll go around for the next round.
No comments. This one just tests the appetite for council to reduce our total size for 15C. I believe I'm looking over at my colleague that if the boundary between Ward 1 and 2 follows Charing Cross Road all the way down, then we don't need to do a friendly amendment for our boundaries.
Councillor McGrail?
I would love a friendly amendment for, I believe it's Ward 4 in this one, and 3.
So that would be friendly.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, Councillor B. McGregor.
I just did have a quick process question. So, if something like this motion passes, it still has to come back to a future council meeting for us to approve based on the review of those boundaries that Councillor McGrail is concerned with. That's correct, right? And at that point, if we were still unhappy with it and it failed, would we still have the option of the 18 recommendation or any other option that was not voted on tonight? Is that, just for clarity, to make it confusing?
One second, I'd like to consult with legal. We have an answer. After discussion, so this motion on the screen is in principle. And if that is what the intent of council is that this is in principle, that we go back, we work on 15 member of council, come back with some of the options. If council does not like that, then another option could come forward and it would not require a motion to reconsider.
Okay, that's helpful. I appreciate the response. I think my concern was that if we accepted this motion, went away, decided we didn't like the redrawn boundaries, then we were like shoehole at 15 and we couldn't consider anything else. So that's just helpful to know that we still, after that secondary approval, we still have some options.
If I can, Your Worship, though, I think we should confirm that with the mover, if the mover agrees that this is in principle, because we don't want to be in a position where we can't agree on the ward boundaries within the number 15, and then you're stuck. So that's the
Call it the holiday spirit. I'm in a very cheery and agreeable mood today.
And I was a seconder, so I confirm as well.
Councillor Hall, you had a question?
Well, I actually have a motion, Mayor Caniff, if I may. I would move that we move number 2 and 3 back to Strategy Corp for a response before voting on number 1. So get the report back on number 2 and 3 before we make a decision on number 1 to the January meeting.
So, sorry, to clarify then, just so you're saying we're only gonna make a decision, go back and redraw the boundaries, and then come back and then we'll decide whether we want 15 or 18.
Yeah, and if I may, Mayor Caniff, I don't have a seconder yet, but I think tonight's been a good discussion. I think we had a great discussion about 13. We made a decision on that. I think we made some progress. I think this is a big decision to make for our community. And we're clearly looking like we need some more information. And rather than, putting something out in principle, I think, let's just get the information. Judy's already mentioned that we have enough time. If we need to make a change or a decision before the 2026 election, we got time to do that. So let's not rush it. Let's take our time. Good progress tonight. Let's send this back to Strategy Court and wait to make the decision on number 1.
So we have a motion to refer that, to vote on 2 and 3 and then come back with 1. I guess that's just doing kind of we're achieving the same thing only differently. Because right now we're asking, go ahead and look to 15, but if we don't like the boundaries, then we flip to 18. So you're saying with this one that let's look at the boundaries. If we don't like the boundaries, then we'll go to the 18. Either I think we're doing the same thing, just differently, that's all.
Yeah, I think that's more straightforward though, to me.
Okay, can I get a seconder for the motion to refer then? Councillor Thompson? Okay, so just on the, Councillor, this is just on the motion to refer. Councillor
Correct.
Jubenville? Yeah.
But we're not giving them any direction of how many counselors. If we eliminate number 1, then we're going back to the beginning, and that's counterproductive. So we've already clarified that if this doesn't work, when they come back to us, if we don't like it, that we can refer back to 18. That's an option. We've already been confirmed that we can already do that. So I don't understand why we would eliminate the 15, open it up again. So does this tell the team that they are supposed to be doing it for 13 and 15 and 18? We need to give them more direction or not do that, because we already know we can either do 15. If it doesn't work, we can go back to 18.
Okay, so Councillor Hall, you wanted to clarify something, and then I was going to go over to the clerk. Just to
eliminate the vote tonight on 15. The direction would be for Strategy Court to bring this back, considering 15 members of council for this, what's in front of us. And then, so when they come back, we have a report on 15, and then we still already have the 18. We're just not doing the 13. We've already decided we're not doing 13.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think, Councillor Hall, what you're asking for is exactly what is on the screen, and that is that we direct this back to Strategy Corps to focus on the option of 15C V2 and come back with options for 5, 6, 7, 4 and 3 wards based on the 15. And because we said it's in principle, that report will come back. And if council doesn't like it, then other options could come on the floor. I think if we eliminate one, then there's no direction of which 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 wards we're looking at. So I understand you don't like the words confirm the option, but we've established that it's in principle just for the purpose of this motion. So what will happen if this motion approves tonight is it's going back to strategy core to focus on 15 and relook at some of these wards and bring it back to council. That's the direction that this motion on the floor would do.
The same thing will happen.
And you could
if
still
the
vote it
motion to
down
refer
next
will
meeting.
happen, right? So that's what's on the floor right now, the motion
That's-
to refer?
The motion on the floor is this, but I think it's the same thing as what you're asking, to refer it to strategy core. It is going back to strategy core, asking them to look at the options for 15 and more focused on those words that are mentioned. And so that's exactly what you're asking them to do. It'll come back to the floor on January 27th. Council can turn it down and then we can sit with another
So
motion on the
if
floor.
it fails, then we default to the 18 option. Okay, so this is with the motion refer. So you just, Councillor Hall, you still want to continue with this motion refer based flipping?
I guess procedurally, I'm saying that the motion to refer is exactly what's here.
So you as the clerk are saying it's the same thing, so it's really not.
It's not a motion to refer.
Yeah, so because you are asking for basically, well, the same thing. So we still have all the options as council in January, when this comes back. Sorry, so with that, if the clerk's saying, well, and then I agree that it's the same thing, so we'll continue with this motion here. Any other questions regarding this motion? Councillor Doyle.
Thank you, Mayor. I would just like to add a friendly amendment. I'm sorry about this, but for some of the same reasons that were brought up in option 13, specifically because we've heard, Ward 2 councillors have heard back from feedback that their residents didn't want Charing Cross and Cedar Springs taken away from Blenheim. I would also like them to look at the Ward 2 boundary, which essentially is going to look at Ward 1, but it's strictly just for those two, Cedar Springs and Charing Cross.
Is this a friendly amendment?
Yeah, look at it, look at
Sorry.
everything.
Point of order, are we on the referral amendment? or
Sorry,
did you-
Councillor Harrigan.
What happened to point of order, Mayor Cannon?
No, in talking with the clerk, your motion was the same as what's on the screen.
I don't agree with that, so I'd like to keep my motion on the floor.
Councillor Reed McGregor, just as.
Yeah, maybe to Councillor Hall. So my question to the clerk was essentially confirming that what you're asking for is what the motion is. So that we're just going away, asking them to look at those boundaries in the 15 ward option. And then if that fails, like it comes back, we say we don't like it, it fails, you can still put 18 on the floor, which is kind of, I think, what your idea is, right? So that's what I was trying to get to, if that's helpful.
Just to make things easier, Mayor Cannon, I'll just take my motion off the floor.
Okay. All right, so any other questions, Councillor?
Point of order, Councillor Doyle asked if adding the boundary between
Yes,
1
thank
and
you.
2, happy holidays, friendly.
Yeah, good.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Just, and I hate to muddy the waters even further, could we not just separate 1, 2, and 3?
I'm just, we need to think, is it logical to separate them? I think you'll get to the same point as what.
Thank you, yeah. Picking up what I'm laying down. I
Yes.
appreciate that, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
All right, so we'll separate them. So Councillor Hall, it'll form the same, is exactly the same as you're asking, just based on the vote here, so. Any other questions regarding this?
Mayor Kenneth, I would
Councillor
just.
Harrigan, no final words on this.
Yeah, I would just like to suggest that to help to make this very clear, and I'll look to the clerk to nod yes or no, that we add the words "in principle." So Chatham-Kent confirm option 15 CV2 in principle, of the strategy core report, which just puts Councillor McGregor's and some of Councillor Hall's concerns, kind of just clarifies that, if that's okay with our clerk.
Yes, I'm fine with that. I guess my only question now is if 1 fails but 2 and 3 passes, what wards are we talking about? We're referring to the actual 15 CV2, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
In principle. So we don't have 2/3 if it doesn't work out in January.
Councillor Crew, you had a clarification point, or?
Yes. So are we referring this back to Sabine and, okay, that's all.
So we're voting on all 3 separately then? Okay, so we'll start with item 1, and then 2, then 3. Yes,
Sorry,
no, please, I
sorry,
want to
Mayor.
make sure you're,
I don't understand how we're separating them. I just need further clarification. Because let's just say number 1 fails, what are we voting on in 2 and 3? I just need further clarification. I'm sorry.
no, and that's, because if you take 1 out, what are you reviewing it on, 15 or 18?
What are we voting on?
So that's the point, I guess, just in our discussion. 1 disappears, you read 2 and 3, it doesn't say, is it 15, is it 18, is it
Right.
21? It could be 40.
Right,
So
right.
we're not clarifying in
Right.
there. And is this something I think we need to have in there to say regarding the 15 boundary?
So, Your Worship, one way of addressing that, if the mover's okay with it, I understand that there was a desire to maybe separate them, but if you simply didn't have 1, 2, and 3, but just said for a total size of 15 members of council going forward, and, so make it all one motion. And those people who are not interested in 15 will likely vote against it. And I can't see people being too concerned about strategy core coming back with more information about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Maybe people are. But we'll see. But if they don't want strategy core to do any work and they're not interested in 15, then I imagine they'll vote the whole thing down. But I think to divide this up, I do agree with Councillor Jubenville. I think to divide this up, the problem is, what are you asking Sabine and her team to do? To look at 5, 6, 7, 1, 2, 3, and 4, but without considering whether it's 15 or 18? They need clarity, and this motion wouldn't give that clarity if you only vote on section 2 and 3 separately.
So Mayor Caniff, I'd like to thank the CAO for his comments, and I will accept those edits. So instead of item 2 and item 3, we will simply add and comma at the end of clauses 1 and 2.
So, yeah, so if, are we, sorry, yeah, okay, so that's we're getting back to the full circle, is that 2 and 3 don't stand on their own. It's all the same thing. So like, anybody who wants 18 is gonna say no to this. And then anybody who wants to explore the 15 with the boundary changes, it'll come back to council next with the new boundaries, and then we can say, if there's not a majority of people vote for it, then we default to the 18. Or at least the motion will go forward to keep it the same. Okay, so with that, we're ready to vote.
Councillor Sakachi
No.
and Councillor C. McGregor.
Yes.
All votes are in. Motion passes 10-7.
Mayor Caniff, the next item on the agenda is 17D, motion by Councillor Bondi regarding council approval for non-union hires.
Councillor Bondi?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I, Councillor Michael Bondi, move that any new non-union hire over a salary of $50,000 require the approval of council. This policy will include all employment, including replacement hires.
Can I get a seconder for that? Councillor Jubenville? Okay, Councillor Bondi?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I'll be brief. Basically, what I'm trying to accomplish here is, during budget, what we never discuss is staff salaries. This is not to really get too involved in it. It's more for transparency. I would suggest that what would happen here is that new hires, whether they be new hires or replacement hires, would be reported to council. They would come as an agenda item, and I only speak for myself, but I would think that it would easily pass through the consent agenda and not be pulled. But it would make it on the public record. It would also give council the opportunity to understand the staffing, which, and again, I only speak for myself, but I don't, and I've been around for a long time, and I don't understand, I don't want to know anybody's name, just, the position and the salary, because that's something that I get drilled about all the time on how much is this position paid, did we hire we all get this stuff. It's a lot of kind of complaining things, but frankly, I just don't have the answer, and I think this would be a simple way to do it. But for instance, somebody asked me about 6 months ago, do we have a talent acquisition person? I said, well, gee, I don't know. So I asked Ms. Hoffman, and sure enough, we do. We have a manager of talent acquisition and development. Well, that was new to me, and that's a salary range of $112,000 to $132,000. So I think when these hires are either new hires or replacement hires, I think we should just know about them. And if somebody wants to pull it from consent and question it and say, well, maybe this isn't necessary, I think that's probably something that we should have the authority to do. I don't think we would do it very often. I do remember years ago, we used to, as a council, hire the directors of departments. And then we got out of that business because, well, geez, we just didn't have the time for it. And we didn't have the expertise, which I thought was kind of curious because we have the expertise to hire the guy that hires them, but we don't have the expertise to hire the people that he hires. So that always sort of struck me as interesting. So that's about it. Now, I didn't expect this to be too popular with administration. Of course, it wasn't. So, well, not much of what I do is very popular. Marjorie. So this will be cumbersome. Yeah, perhaps, but frankly, it's just a list. Time consuming, I don't think so. It's just a list. Expensive, I don't understand why. And a barrier to providing efficient service to the public. I would argue that I think it's providing solid information with very little work. It's a list. This is the hires that we made. Now, one would argue, well, we're off for probably about a month now, right, with the holidays. So what do we do about those hires? Council's not here. Well, we're all getting paid about $40,000 a year to sit around here a couple hours every couple of Mondays. So if we had to come back in order to approve a list like that, I think that would be okay. Almost. Yeah, that's basically about it. It's transparency, it's accountability, which we talk about. We beat those words up all the time. And I think this is just a simple way of council getting a better grip on the operations. And some argue, well, that's operational. Well, I think we should be part of the operations. We are the board of directors of this corporation. And I don't think it's complicated. I don't think it's a big ask, but that will be up to all of you. So that's everything I have. Thank you.
Councillor Jubenville, have any comments?
Just echo Councillor Bondi. I like the idea of transparency and information. I'm an information junkie, so I think most of council probably is the same. So I will support this.
The Councillor Harrigan, followed by Councillor B. McGregor.
Thank you, Mayor Kenneth. Through you, I believe to either our CAO or perhaps Ms. Huffman. Does this motion, would it require changes to our delegation of authority policy? Because in that policy, as I understand it, we have control and we hire our CAO. Our CAO is our staff person, and then we delegate the authority to make decisions on organizational hiring to our CAO. So I'm just wondering if that has an impact to that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to take that question. Kathy Hoffman, General Manager of Corporate Services. So, Councillor, yes, the delegation of authority that Council passed delegates its authority on a number of items, including the hiring of staff. 2 staff right now. That trickles down from the CAO to various levels within the organization. The one position, of course, that Council continues to be responsible for hiring is the Chief Administrative Officer, and all the rest below that are conducted by administration, with the general managers being in consultation with the mayor.
Great, thank you. And then I believe also through the mayor, this question is to our CFO. We do see new staff and their salary implications when it's presented to council annually at budget. And then we also, when there's a new staff person hired, I'm thinking about some of the response to the housing crisis and encampments when those have been brought forward. We've seen those positions in motions to council. So I guess I'm just wondering if I'm missing something in this motion, because in my mind, we're seeing all of the new ones already. And I'm just wondering if our CFO can confirm that is correct.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, that's correct, that every new full-time employee is either hired through the budget process or through a specific report to council.
And just quickly, I'll make comments. I have had questions about, what is the staffing rate, how many staff members, and what does that look like across different departments, particularly going into budget process. I've asked those operational questions to our CFO and to others to better understand that process, and they've always been incredibly forthcoming with that information for those of us on council who would like to know. I don't think that this motion is needed for public transparency, because when we have a new posting or a replacement on the municipal website, you can see the job posting, you can see the salary, and you can see if it's full-time, part-time, or what those benefits are. So I don't think that this horseshoe is the place to go looking for that information. I think between our budget process and between our transparent hiring practices, which are best practice in the world of hiring, I fully support having open and transparent salaries, less for the governance perspective, but more so that people understand what a great place it is to work for the municipality of Chatham-Kent, and we can recruit great talent. I think we have this information. I don't think it's needed in a report to council. I don't think it is positive for council to get into the operations. If you look at the role of council, how it's provincially legislated, it does not demand this of us at council. And so I think that it really muddles policy and keeps us, we should be steering the ship and setting the course. We should not be down in the underground counting the potatoes for the workers in the ship, so.
Councillor B. McGregor,
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I agree
followed
with.
by Councillor Anderson, sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Caniff. I agree with Councillor Harrigan. And just to note, when we go through the budget process, even the 4-year budget process and the annual updates, all the new FTEs have been in there each year, and I can historically recall going through each of those FTEs with Councillor Solomon around the table and making sure that we understand where those new positions were happening. And just last council meeting, we actually had a report that showed, I think it was 3 new union employees, positions that are provincially funded, that was in our consent agenda to give us a heads up that here's some changes in the municipality. I can think of a few years ago when the director of parks left for a new job, and we hired a new director of parks, and we got an email that said, hey, here's your new director of parks. So we were certainly notified. So I think that is happening. I would be concerned that we're a large organization. I can't recall off the top of my head how many full-time non-union employees, but every time someone retires, every time a supervisor, road supervisor retires, or an assistant fire chief, and replacing them, I don't think we need to go through adding these to council agendas. And I think we've done a really good job of transparency when it comes to changes in positions and making sure we're aware of how that shifted over the years at council. So I appreciate that we've done this in a transparent way for many, many years, and think that we can continue doing it that way without disrupting the flow of our hiring practices.
Councillor Anderson, followed by Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. I certainly appreciate this motion coming forward, As someone who works in healthcare, we have something that's called the Sunshine List, and anyone that makes over $100,000, you're put on this list, and the public is, made aware that you made more than $100,000 that year. Which I have no problem with sharing of income. However, I would have a pretty hard time approving the hospital board to decide whether another OB nurse is needed on OB, because that's not their specialty. They're there to provide a budget and decide which area gets that amount of budget, and then it's up to the directors to decide how they spend that budget. And I think that I can trust our administration that we have here, that anyone that they hire is well within the needs of what they see fit for us. And if at any time that we want to cut that budget, we can do it at budget time. So while I appreciate the motion to say you want transparency, if anything, I would suggest that if we are going to start approving at this level, whether people are hired here or not, it maybe be over the $100,000 range instead of 50,000, if that would be a friendly amendment. Okay, so yes, I would say that any new non-union hire over the salary of $100,000, and not that I'm going to approve this anyways, but I do think if it is approved, we should at least, get to the Sunshine List level, and get into some good dollars. Thanks.
Sorry, is that a friendly amendment, Councillor Bondi?
I guess it doesn't matter, but sure, yeah.
You good with that, Councillor Duvenville? Yes. Okay. Councillor Thompson.
Thanks. Changes my questions a little bit. How many non-union people do we hire that make more than $100,000 a year, roughly?
Sorry, Councillor, what was the last part of your question? How many non-union
How many
employees?
new non-union hires over a salary of $100,000 would we make in a year, including replacement hires?
In 2023, 2024, our report was 319 employees.
219 employees.
319.
319, thank you. I'm just
Which included police, by the way. So if I took police off, which was 130, you'd still be about 200.
Aren't the police union?
Yep. Police are unionized, yeah.
These are only non-union.
Of the non-union, 122.
122, still a big number. So help me through the process here. Would we, the way this is written, are we going to see the position before the job is posted, or are we making a decision after the job is offered to somebody?
Through you, Mayor Kennedy, after the job's offered.
Whoa, don't like that one bit. What sort of timeline would that add? Because as I understand it, sometimes these council agendas are like 6 weeks out. So I'm offered a job, but I can't let you know if you've got it until at least 6 weeks, maybe longer?
Through you, Mayor Kennedy, this agenda was created 6 weeks ago?
Potentially, there are items that come that far out.
Well, you could put an item in on Thursday, or, well, Tuesday, I guess, because it comes out Wednesday.
Could you, Judy?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, our agendas take 2 weeks in order to go through the proper channels, prepare the agenda, get it to council in advance on the website for proper notice, and then to council. So it does,
well, I'm okay
reports are
with
due
2 weeks.
13 days prior to the council meeting, to the clerk's office.
So 2 weeks. Okay.
Yeah, I'd be all right with that.
You'd be.
If I can, Your Worship. It's not just that period of time. So for instance, today is December 16th. We don't have another council meeting until January 27th. So if we were to have somebody quit at RBG, one of our nurses quit at RBG tomorrow, you're suggesting that we'd go 6 weeks without a nurse. And then there's no guarantee that that person actually would be approved, because that's a decision that council may or may not make. So, I understand the intent of the motion, but understand that there's significant operational risk associated with that. And there's a reason why you have your senior people make these decisions. I'll also suggest that, you should know that we have a talent acquisition manager because it's in the budget book. So if you open up the budget book that year that we introduced a talent acquisition manager, it would have been there, the amount would have been there, and council would have voted for it. So I realize it's a big organization and I lose track of how many people we have as well. But in terms of new employees, we do not hire new employees especially in positions of 100,000 or any new employee, without it being in the budget and without you guys approving it first and foremost. So I'll leave it at that, but I'm not sure that this is the appropriate approach to take. If you want information, you know, in terms of how many employees we have, how many employees have left, you know, like the question today, how many employees get paid over $100,000? All those things are transparent. We'll certainly make them available anytime councillors ask for that information.
Okay, well, sorry, through you, Mayor Caniff. First of all, I did say if there was any sort of urgency, we could come back any Monday, we could come back on Thursday. We wouldn't have to wait the 6 weeks. We're paid well enough that I think that would be a doable thing to do. So that's number one. Number two, you say that I should know and I could know about that position that I was questioning. We have over 2,000 employees. Well, I certainly can't name all of those. Like, that's impossible. Now, if I wanted to know, and I get where this is going, I get, you know, it's fine. I've been down this road many times, but the point is, yeah, the information's available. It's not terribly easily accessible. Oh, it's on the website. It's in the budget. Well, how many citizen that's curious is going to take a look at our, have you seen well, if you've seen it, you wrote it, the budget book. Nobody's going through that. And the website is not, well, you sort of shrug there, but do you think the average citizen goes through that budget book? Like 1% of the average citizen? No, I would suggest not. And the website is not easy. This was just an easy way to, in our council agenda, and I'm sure if it's problematic with timing, there could be a way that this could be worked that the information could come to council. It's not even really for council approval. It's public accessibility. The public actually does watch council meetings. The public actually, I don't think they read the agenda too often, but they'll read maybe the agenda. I don't think they read the reports that as much. This was just, and I know everybody's trying to beat it up.
Point of order, I thought I still had the floor.
Oh, yeah, okay, sure, fine.
Councillor Thompson.
I'm kind of
going
running out
down
of
as
gas.
the
Sorry about that.
crankiest Santa known to man, but.
Okay, no, go ahead, sorry.
Okay, so I guess my final question, how onerous would it be to the hiring process, Kathy, if we had to tell someone, you know, I'd love to offer you the job, but I need council approval before I can do that, even though tacitly, I guess we do have council approval. I don't know, when Councillor Bondi said it's not about council approval, but it's about the approval of council, it kind of threw me for a loop.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. It was me that authored the notice of motion form to prep and provide some background for council, and it was me that used the word cumbersome. I stand by that. It would be very cumbersome. I would say arguably right now, given the rigor around our hiring processes, most of our managers wish that it was easier than what it is right now and quicker than what it is right now. But we apply various layers to make sure that we're following protocols that we ought to be and that we can be able to justify our hires. To add in another layer of coming back to council for approval on a hire, giving them a conditional offer and coming back for a position for which council has already given administration to go out and hire for, adds weeks and weeks of time. And I know it sounds easy to say, well, it might just be 2 weeks. It won't just be 2 weeks. First of all, people have to then write a report once they know that something's in there. They might not be able to get it on that agenda. They might not be here for that agenda. And so we have candidates sitting on a hook then for weeks, maybe a month or more. You lose good candidates in that period of time. You want to be able to finish a deal with an employee when you're a potential employee, when you're making a pitch to them, and the more time that you spend trying to come up with other steps involved in the process, the bigger the chance you have of losing them. And I would say, if I may, while I have the floor for a moment, Mr. Mayor, in terms of transparency and accountability, the positions are posted. They're named. And we don't post them unless council has already given us approval to fill them. So when you gave us approval through the budget process, that was the transparency. And there they are again, posted with salary information in it.
Okay, thank you. I guess my final comment before I surrender the floor is I'm really uncomfortable with the idea that we'd have, a name put in front of us. Hey, how do you like this guy for road supervisor, for instance? And that's what we'd be coming down to. That's far too political for this council, and I'd hate to do it 129 times a year coming in on a special Monday. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Any other questions? So I just want to make a couple of comments as well. I mean, we've as council passed delegation of authority. So sorry, did you have some comments? Well, I'll go to you as the seconder, and so I'll go back. But we've given administration a delegation of authority. We've said, here's the transactions, we have a budget process, we have a whole process that makes sure it's all spent properly. And to say that we want to see salaries, well, why don't we want to see other things, every other thing that is over $100,000? Why is it just salaries? Then we are going in the weeds, and as a board practice, boards just don't do that. That's an operational thing. We do not do that. But that is the standard across all organizations. I've sat in a lot of boards over the years, and that's part of the emphasis. You don't get tied up in the operation. You talk about strategy. You hire the CAO. You make sure that things are going along as they should be. So that's something that we'd have to look at the delegation of authority and everything else if we started making this exception to look at this. So I'll go to you, Councillor Jumil, and then you, Councillor Bondi.
Thank you, Mayor. Just listening to everyone's feedback. Councillor Bondi, is it more that you just want to know versus have governance over? Because I guess where I'm going with this is if there's any way of simply providing some form of monthly report to council of the hires that are occurring on a monthly basis, I don't know if that would satisfy your, and I mean, that would probably be a completely different motion, but I don't know if that would satisfy what you're looking for versus having governance over who is being hired.
Sure, and through you, Mayor, can I respond?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, maybe approvals, well, this isn't going to pass anyway, obviously. So rather than amend this and hang us up here all night, maybe that would be a different motion. The point of this was, the delegation of authority.
These are, I'll count these as your final comments.
Yes.
Okay, so your final comments
Okay,
now.
sure, thank you. Okay, so what I was trying to accomplish, obviously approval didn't go over really well, was just for the board, and Mayor Kenneth, when you refer to board practice, this is public money. This is not your typical board. When you say like typically boards don't, this is public money. That's why I think we're a little bit different than the board of Integris, for instance, or the board of Walmart. This is public money. So we're accountable to the public. The board of Walmart is not accountable to the public. We are. So that's why when, we as a council, from what I'm hearing, are shying away from the idea of getting into the weeds, and that's not what we do. That's operational. This is not a private for-profit company that doesn't have to give what Joe Public thinks. We do. We have to. We're accountable to the public. And this corporation's not optional. The only way out of this corporation is to move out of this town, right? Like, you're in. So I don't think the comparison to every other board is really fair. I was just trying to find a mechanism, and maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm the guy that has questioned me about staff on my forehead, but I get questioned about staffing numbers, what are the salaries, who are we hiring? I get that stuff all the time. And I thought this would be a nice, easy way for every couple of weeks to say, well, we hired this amount of people, and Councillor Thompson, I did say no names, but this is the hiring that we've done. It was approved by council, obviously that word didn't work, but it, to me, would just give us more answers, because again, I'm not going to read the budget book every couple of weeks or go mining into the website in case somebody asks me. This would just be it was a pretty simple ask, but I didn't really expect it to pass, but I thought, you never know. this place is awfully hard to predict, right? So anyway, I'll just leave it there. So it's good. We should move along.
Thanks. So we'll see no other question. We'll put it to vote.
Councillor Sakachi is logged off of the meeting, so we'll move to Councillor C. McGregor.
No.
And the motion is defeated 3-13. Mayor Caniff, the next item on the agenda is 18A, motion by Councillor Jubenville regarding invoking the notwithstanding clause to address encampments.
Councillor Jubenville, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor. I am a firm believer in the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, so I, in good faith, as an elected official, would never support the invoking of the notwithstanding clause in order to negate the assurance that every person in Canada is afforded with protection of their own rights, no matter if they are homeless or if they are millionaires. If we start to pick and choose when we enact the notwithstanding clause, it will surely backfire on us eventually when it is aimed at you and I. It's a slippery slope that I am not willing to go down because I am not willing to give up my own rights and freedoms or those of other Canadians. Alternatively, we must implore the province to provide our municipalities with financial aid in order to assist those in the encampments who live with addictions and mental health issues. These people need treatment along with providing assistance to those who are having difficulty finding suitable housing. Removing these persons from encampments both take away their access to life, liberty, and personal security, along with preventing these individuals from accessing the help they so desperately need. It will only mask the problem municipalities are being faced with. If we enact the notwithstanding clause, it will further exacerbate the problem. If you think it's bad now, wait until those individuals living in the encampments on municipal property are told they can no longer live there. They will then move to private properties and spread out across our municipality. It would most definitely become a bigger problem to manage. Removing people from municipal properties without having a plan of action in place will not help to alleviate the problem we are faced with. We need help from the province, and we need it now. Premier Ford has already introduced and tabled new potential legislation to help dismantle encampments in Ontario. The proposed legislation will give law enforcement and municipal officials more authority over illegal drug use through stiffer penalties. This potential legislation will also give more funding for municipalities to set up suitable housing for these individuals. This is what we need, not the imposition of the notwithstanding clause. If we continue to apply pressure to our Premier, my hope is that he will eventually help our municipalities in order to help those living in encampments, so these encampments will no longer exist. We can't do it on our own. I'm hopeful that all of Council will support this in order to send a message to the province that we say no to the potential use of the notwithstanding clause, and that we say yes to the urgent ongoing request of financial aid and assistance. Thank you.
Councillor Harrigan, you second that?
Yes, I'm happy to second the motion.
Sorry, and then you've already given your comments, so I'll go to Councillor Harrigan. Go ahead.
Just very briefly, Mayor Caniff, I really want to applaud Councillor Jubenville in this motion and bringing it forward. I think just given the history and what's going on in the province right now, it's a brave motion and one that really reminds us of the importance of taking a human rights-based approach to solving a crisis. I also want to acknowledge that the staff report highlighted the need for us to advocate to the province for more tools, and that currently Chatham-Kent is really grounding their work in a human rights-based approach on Jody and Josh's team. So this doesn't really deviate from that, but just takes that firm stand. In our deputation from Rock Missions, it was said so well that the people who are living in the encampments are so vulnerable. They have lost so much and have to fight so hard for basic human necessities. So let's send a message to the province that we're not willing to take human rights away from people who are already experiencing life at its most vulnerable state. Thank you.
Councillor Story, followed by Councillor B. McGregor.
Just a quick question to the mover and seconder, and then a few comments. Would you mind if we amended it to add, send also to AMO and our fellow municipalities?
Very friendly.
Thank you. I fully support this motion as well, and the message that it sends. that as elected officials, we shouldn't be supporting the stripping of human rights of any citizen to remove them from their homes. I would also bring us back to last week where Julie, Justin, and Raymond shared their stories at the podium, among others, stories I never imagined I would hear at a council podium about circumstances that our fellow citizens are living in, mere meters from this room. I also find it it's interesting that this issue has galvanized members of this council from across the political spectrum. I think you know when something is a terrible idea, and so many of us with different political beliefs can unite to share our concerns about it. And I think the letter reinforces that to the province. Do not do this. My personal position is that this is a distraction from the fact that municipalities across Ontario have been hoping and waiting and advocating for evidence-based solutions that have not been implemented yet by this government in the province. Supportive housing with wraparound services, increased mental health services, increased access to addictions treatment, all of those are proven solutions. That's what we need in Chatham-Kent and in communities across Ontario that are dealing with the systemic and horrific tragedy that our encampments and our downtowns, our parks, along our rivers, railway corridors, and more. Wielding a weapon like the notwithstanding clause without ever attempting any evidence-based solutions is a terrible idea. Don't do this. Not to mention, from a financial point of view, it's not fiscally responsible. According to a recent Auditor General report, a single shelter bed costs Canadian provinces around $2,100 a month. A long-term care bed, $3,960. A correctional facility, aka jail, $4,300, and an acute hospital bed, $13,500. So even financially, it doesn't make sense to look at throwing people in jail simply because they are experiencing homelessness. And given these costs, it's significantly less expensive to provide our fellow citizens with stable housing and the supports they need to stay off the streets and out of encampments. Our message is don't do this. The letter signed by Walter Vandekloot, who was one of our deputations of the Chatham-Kent Legal Clinic, makes this clear, as along with 450 legal professionals across the province, 80-plus mayors, deputy mayors, and councillors across Ontario, along with several thousand petition signatures. The message is clear. Don't do this. I would vote in favor of dismantling encampments tomorrow, to be honest, if there was anywhere safe, secure, and available for individuals to go. Our emergency shelter is at capacity. We have no real supportive housing right now, so where do they go? No one wants encampments. No one wants to see our friends and neighbors living in such dire conditions. And I do appreciate the frustration by the mayors who signed the letter and the premier that something needs to be done. As the premier himself said, enough is enough, but this is not the answer. It's never been the answer. It will never be the answer. This is not another tool in the toolbox. It is a weapon. Tools help fix things. This will fix nothing. It will only make it worse. Dismantling encampments without a plan in place to house these individuals means people will die. Friends, neighbors, daughters and sons, moms and dads, simple as that. And I am not okay with that. I will never be okay with that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Beebe McGregor.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I appreciate the motion coming forward, and I think it's important to note that similar motions to this will come forward or be passed at councils across Ontario. And I agree. I think the debate around the notwithstanding clause has been a distraction from what's a real crisis in our community. And to think that a $75.5 million investment across 444 municipalities is going to have any impact on this issue, I think is wishful thinking, if not borderline insulting to municipalities. You know, we're talking about $5.5 million across 444 municipalities to try and increase housing spots, $20 million to expand temporary accommodation spaces. We know the costs we're facing in Chatham-Kent, and those aren't dissimilar from every other community. So while we have had to spend time debating the notwithstanding clause, you know, it's been a distraction from the real crisis, and that is that we legislate people into poverty, and the provincial government is not supporting municipalities in a way that offers us any way out of this crisis. So I appreciate this motion coming forward. I appreciate the work of many municipal councillors across the province in bringing this to their councils, and hopefully we will see improvement in funding to municipalities. Thank you.
I'll make a couple comments. So I guess when I signed that letter, I agree that this is a distraction. And I guess I experienced the frustration firsthand when I run into people that are dealing with around the encampments. And I'm totally frustrated with the lack of resources we've been given. So I was getting desperate. I'm saying we need to do something. And so when I look at where we're moving forward, I don't want this distraction of the notwithstanding clause. Like, when I looked at the notwithstanding, I looked at, from a Chatham-Kent perspective, this would be a last resort. If we have an encampment somewhere where people, the rights of the people around the encampment are being violated significantly, we had no tools. That's what I was looking at doing. But it's not worth standing up for the notwithstanding for that little piece, because I agree, when you think about it more, that in other municipalities, it could be used for more. So I'm going to support this motion. So because I don't want this to be, but I want it to be that we need a lot more, as Councillor Beamer McGregor said, $75 million. I mean, the 50 million, you split that out, that's 100 grand or whatever it is to us. And that is a drop in the bucket. When we looked at our tax increase went up 2% because of the stuff we have to do, and it's not nearly enough. If we did what we had to do, we'd be spending a whole lot more than that. So I think we really need to push forward and saying we need help, and lots of it. Unfortunately, that's not going to happen anytime soon. We are going to be dealing with this crisis will be getting worse. We need to support OBCM and FCM and Western Ontario wards and all those groups that are saying we need more funding and we need significant funding for it. So I will be supporting this because I don't want this to be a distraction in our community anymore. We need to really focus on how do we get more money from the governments for this and move forward. So I'll leave it at that. Thanks. Any other questions? Seeing none, Councillor Harrigan, I'll go to you, and then back to Councillor Jubenville.
No further comments, Mayor.
Mayor, I would just like to say thank you for changing your mind on this. A couple other municipalities, they flipped their mayor too, so I'm happy to, I'm happy that you decided to change your mind on that. So thank you for doing that. It's nice that we're all unified on this, I hope. So, thank you.
Okay, with that, we'll put it to vote.
Councillor C. McGregor,
Yes.
and the motion carries 13-0.
We'll go to item 22, infrastructure and engineering services.
Mayor Caniff, the next item on the agenda is 22B, Sydenham River Slope Stabilization, Glasgow Line and Short Line Municipal Class Environmental Assessment Follow-up.
Councillor C. McGregor and Councillor Jubenville, can I get you to move this, please?
I would second it, but I would like to make an amendment.
Okay, so I'll go to Councillor C. McGregor, and I'll go to you for...
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor C. McGregor?
Curious as to why, or not curious, I want to know why site number 2 is chosen for a realignment and protect as opposed to a retain and protect when the other ones are retain and protect. That would be my first question. I've got a couple more after that.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mark.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. So the protect option was considered for all the different locations, including this one. The EA process would evaluate all of the different alternatives and look at the least impactful, the most preferred alternative. In this location, there was some concern with the protect just due to the limited space between the road and the bank. So that limited space would require a steeper and a bit more robust protection. It's not to say that it can't be done, but it would be a little more challenging than some of the other locations. Um, it, so it was considered, but ultimately the relocate was the preferred alternative. The other locations, there was more challenges as it related to relocate simply because of residences that were in close proximity.
Okay, thank you. And do you have an estimate, Mark, if this passes tonight, when this work will begin, and specifically for site number 2?
So this EA has a total of 4 locations. I would say that this location is probably on the lowest priority of the 4. Shoreline is the highest priority, so it's anticipated that Shoreline would be initiated in the spring. The other 2 locations on Glasgow Line would be in the fall, and then this one would likely be in 2026.
Okay, so will there be, even if it's into 2026, will this will crop season be taken into consideration when you're doing that? And to further to that, if it does happen in that time, will compensation over and above what's in here be awarded for crop loss if there's work taking place during the season that the farmer is farming the area?
Yes. So for this location, if this was passed tonight and the relocate was the chosen option, our first step would be to acquire the land. Not to say that it can't still be planted until we need to do the work, but it would be taken into consideration. And if there was crop loss, then that would be accounted for and that would be compensated.
Okay, and thank you. And just one last question. The price in the chart for acquiring the land was $214,000. Was there, I know that's a higher price than the going rate for an acre of land. Was there consideration taken to future crop loss for this farmer based on the price of the land, or was this just determined through I don't know, whoever would assess the land to provide us with a dollar amount?
So the approximate $200,000, that was strictly an estimate from the consultant in this preliminary EA phase. Again, if we're to move forward with this solution, then we would get a land appraiser in advance to determine what the going rate is for that land.
But okay, and I guess what I'm getting at is if we're going to acquire the land and there's an appraiser that looks at that, will they also take into consider crop loss, future crop loss?
It would consider crop loss. It would also consider, I guess anytime you're acquiring farmland, it would consider future losses as well. Yes.
Okay, thank you. I am totally opposed to closing the road. I have heard from a number of people, as I think other councillor members have, and we've had some delegations as to the use of the road and the dangers of the safety issues for the fire department or other emergency services that might be required. So I was happy to see that this come back with a recommendation that did not include road closure. So thank you. I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Councillor Jumonville?
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to edit number 2 to state retain and protect. So it would say the same that it does for the other 4. Retain and protect. Instead of realign the road, retain and protect.
So yeah, going to the mover, Councillor C. McGregor, is that a friendly amendment to you?
It is.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to answer that. I'll refer council to page 285 in your package there. It does provide cost differences between the various alternatives. When it comes to erosion and protection against erosion, the first and foremost approach is retreat, such as moving the road here. And the very last thing that you look at is actually protect, because that's a hard solution, a hard implementation in terms of the shoreline itself. And it's really only in worst case scenarios. As Mark had alluded to earlier, on a number of those other situations, we would have looked at realigning the road, but we had homes in the way and other impacts that made that final solution being the one that's being proposed as preferred. But in this one here, in terms of the question by the councillor in terms of cost, estimated cost to retain and protect for option number 2 is $2 million versus realigning the road, which is $500,000. So it's 4 times the cost.
Okay, then.
Does that work for you, Councillor Jubinville?
Yes.
All right, so we're going to vote on 1, 3, and 4 together, and then number 2?
Yes. Can I, before we vote on number 2, can I speak to it or no?
Yeah, well, we're separating now, so there's discussion. So we just went back, you still have the floor because you had asked the question, or you
Okay.
put them in, so you can talk to this now, and then I'll go
Okay.
go to Councilor McGrail and Bondi.
Okay. I guess the reason why I do want to go back to, go to retain and protect is the alternative is we are going to be expropriating farmland. And I will never, ever support the expropriation of valuable farmland unless it's an absolute emergency, which obviously this can be done. It's been stated that it can be done. It will be a little bit more expensive than the other 3 sites, but it's still a viable option. And I mean, sometimes it's the cost of business as a municipality that in order to support our residents, that we might have to go out on a limb and spend a little bit more money to support them, to keep the road open, which is clearly, we don't want to close this road. And the expropriation of land, in my opinion, is not a valid option. So I think the only viable option is to retain and protect. And so that's why I did want to put that forward. So I'm hopeful that number 2 as it stands will fail, and then I can bring my motion forward. Thank you.
Councilor McGrail, followed by Councilor Bondi.
Through you, Mayor Kenneth, can't we put a motion forward right now to ask for number 2 to be to protect? Can that not come forth before our original motion?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, 1 through 4 are already on the floor.
So that would have had to come.
So that's a different intent, so that's why we're going to vote on it separately. If it fails, then you can put your motion on. But as it is right now, 1 through 4 are on the floor.
Councilor Bondi.
Thank you, Mayor Kenneth. I agree with Councilor Jubinville, and I hope we vote against number 2. Not only are we expropriating land, but the landowners are not in agreement at all. They don't want to do this. So the expropriation's not a welcome expropriation. Which I don't know if the word expropriation means it's already not welcome, which maybe it does, but I think if you expropriate some, and I've seen examples where people, they want more money and it's negotiated. These people do not, and they're here with us, and they were here last time too. They do not want to do this. It's a family farm, and as Councillor Jubenville stated, to me, that's kind of the nuclear option, and we don't have to do it. I get it when we put in a roundabout or a left-hand turning lane. There's no way around it. You need the extra land. You have to do it. Therefore, expropriation is, what did I hear earlier, a tool in the toolbox? If I hear that one more time. But we don't have to do it. And the additional cost, yeah, sure. Like I would think, the $2 million is probably at the top end of that. But if that's the case, considering our annual budget, I think it's worth spending the money because it sets a precedent that, well, if we want to do something the easy way, but we're just going to have to gobble up somebody's land to do it, well, we did it. Remember, we did it for that. So I think we shouldn't ever do it when there's an option to not. And expropriation is just, it's a bad look for the municipality. The people that own the land are clearly very, very against it. It's a generational farm. I just think that we have the option to not do it. It's going to cost us more money, bottom line. So I really hope, Council, we vote in favor of 1, 3, 4 and against number 2. Thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor C. McGregor, we'll go back to you, and then we'll put it to vote.
Thank you. I really don't have any further to add, but I guess I would ask the question that if the road is realigned, will the old portion of the road then be able to be farmed?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. It would be expected that the old portion of the road, when the road is realigned, it would eventually erode.
Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. It is that close. Okay, thank you.
Okay, we'll put it to vote. We're voting on number 1, 3, and 4 currently.
Councillor C. McGregor?
Yes.
That motion carries 16-0. And on item number 2, Councillor C. McGregor?
Yes. Sorry.
Sorry, could you confirm?
Yes.
Councillor Wright. There you go. Councillor Doyle.
Tie vote.
Yeah, so retain, motion fails.
So that motion is defeated on a tie vote.
An interesting one if we flip and put the other one up, if someone doesn't change. So we're going to be in a, we'll be in a circle. So. Okay, we'll put it, Councillor Juvenville, if you want to move 2.
Yes. I will move option 2 as retain and protect.
And Councillor McGrail.
I will second.
Okay, we'll put it to vote.
Councillor C. McGregor?
Yes.
Missing one, C. McGregor, Finn, Sakachi. There.
There it goes. That motion carries 15-1. And the next item on the agenda is item 22D, motion on accessible recreational amenities.
Councillor Story, yeah, it's an information report. You had a question?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know we're right at the end, so I won't be too long. I just wanted to thank Ian for bringing this forward and his team. I think accessibility has been a important part of our council discussions this term, so I appreciate the opportunity to just quickly look at this motion. Just asking, I think it's Rob who's here tonight, that as we move forward with this work to loop in the Accessibility Advisory Committee, so they can help move this forward. And also, I'm not going to make a motion tonight because I would like to talk to Rob a little more about this, but what we might be able to do in terms of a staff report on what kind of resources we would need to fill the information gap, because right now it looks like we don't have much information about accessibility on our recreational facilities online and available for folks. So I'd like to likely come back early in the new year for that, and also to thank Councillor Sakachi. I don't think he's online, but he was the originator of this motion last term, so I thank him for advocating for that. I'd also just like to draw everyone's attention that there still is a way to identify accessible facilities online, and it's something that I brought forward earlier this year. The Accessibility Advisory Committee joined in on a national initiative with the Access Now app, where you map out different parts of the community using the app, and you can essentially rate and capture accessibility details of anything in your community, whether it's municipal facilities, amenities, local businesses, you name it. So there's already a tool out there that I think is very useful. It's free, and something that we could all use as well for folks to look at municipal facilities to make sure and plan their visit if they need to. So just wanted to thank Ian for that, and just to ask Rob if he doesn't mind looping in the Accessibility Committee as we move this forward. I don't know if he, maybe just to come. I guess that's a simple question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Rob Pollock, Director for Parks, Fleet and Facilities. Just to confirm, yes, we will be working with the Accessibility Advisory Committee on those items moving forward.
That's great. Thank you very much. There's lots going on. I appreciate that. I just wanted to highlight a few items from the report, so thank you.
Can I get a 10-minute extension? Councillor B. McGregor, Councillor Juvenville, anyone opposed to spending another 10 minutes? 3, 4, 5. Oh, Judy?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, 9, so no extension.
No extension. Well, let's get rolling here for 4 minutes. Okay, within the closed session of Councillor Hall.
Yeah, closed session report for Monday, December 16th. Council directed administration on proposed disposition of land by the municipality with regard to offer to purchase PIN 00693-040519, which is 23 Main Street West, Ridgetown, Section 239, 2C of the Municipal Act. Proposed disposition of land by the municipality with regard to offer to purchase part of PIN 00938-1057, Post Point Lane, Community of Erie, Section 239 of the Municipal Act. And council received information on personal matters about identifiable individuals with regards to security update, Section 239-2B of the Municipal Act, and potential litigation advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege and a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on by the municipality with regard to contract performance issues, Section 239-2E, F, and K of the Municipal Act. Mayor Caniff, I so move.
Councillor Anderson, can you second that, please?
Yes, I'm happy to.
Anyone opposed? Oh, sorry, we got to vote on this one, don't we? Yes. Okay, put it to vote.
Motion carries 14-0. Oh, sorry. Councillor McGregor?
Yes.
15-0, it carries.
Okay, communication items. There's one item that we need to move in there. Councillor Harrigan.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I would like to, regarding item 3A, move that Chatham-Kent affirm its support for the Western Ontario Wardens Caucus and support the Solve the Crisis campaign.
And that as well, the OBCM letter is referred in there as well, so we'd be supporting both of them. Can I second for that? Councillor Anderson, anyone opposed? Motion carried. To Councillor Harrigan and Councillor Anderson, can I get you to move the rest of the communication items, please?
So moved.
So seconded.
Anyone opposed? Motion carried. I'm going to skip the non-agenda business because we got 1 minute and I need to do the Councillor McGrail and Councillor Bondi. Can I, first and second reading, please?
So moved.
And second.
Anyone opposed? Motion carries. Councillor Crew and Councillor Doyle, can I get you to move the third and final reading?
Moved.
Happy to second that.
Anyone opposed? Motion carried. The resolution of council.
I move that Chatham-Kent Council adjourn to its next meeting to be held on Monday, January 27th, 2025, and that Chatham-Kent Council authorize itself to meet in closed session on that day to discuss any matters permitted by the municipal act.
Councillor Wright, since you have the brightest sweater, we're going to go with you for the final.
I'll make the motion.
Oh,
I'll move it.
he's pretty green, though. So, anyone opposed to cashing out at 10 o'clock? 9:59, we did it. All right. Thanks, everybody.